All right, we'll call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call?
Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandau. Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Baines.
All right, we'll now have our invocation by Pastor Darrell Duchesne. If we can all stand and remain standing, because afterward we will salute the flag.
Good morning, good morning. Let us all bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, first thanking you for another day, thanking you for your grace and your mercy, and just thanking you for all the blessings you bestow upon us each and every day. We thank you for life. We thank you for sustaining life, dear God, and we thank you for all that you do for us, oh God. And we come before you this morning, Lord, praying your blessings upon this meeting today, Lord, upon our council members, dear God, those who've been called for such a time as this to lead this great city of Fresno. We pray for your leading and your guiding of them, dear God. We pray for decisions that would be talked about, dear God. We pray for plans that have been talked about, dear God. And we just pray for your guidance. We pray for your wisdom. Father God, you encourage us in your word to lean not to our own understanding, but to acknowledge you in all our ways, and you would direct our path. We're praying for direction today. We're praying for your guidance. We're praying for your wisdom. We pray, Father God, that you would lead those who are leading this great city, dear God. I pray, Father God, that every decision that's talked about, Lord, that would be talked about with the citizens of Fresno in mind. Help them to come up with decisions that would take this great city to the next level, Father God. Help them to come up with decisions that would take us, Father God, to places we've never been before. And we just pray, Lord, that you would lead them and guide them in their decision-making on today, Lord. We thank you. We praise you for all that you've done. We thank you, Father God, for all the opportunities that lie before us, oh God. And I just pray, Lord, that you would rest, rule, and abide in this place on today, Lord, and that you would help them to accomplish all that's before them, Lord. We have many plans that they've come up with, and I just pray that you would lead them, Father God, in coming up with the steps that would take us, that will help them accomplishing the plans that they've set forth, oh God. I pray that you would lead them, Father God, in all that they talk about today, Lord, and they would keep us in mind, and that every decision that's talked about, Lord, that they would not hold on to their own personal opinions, dear God, but they would look at what's best for this city and the citizens that those decisions will affect. And so we thank you for what you're going to do. I just pray, Lord, that you would just lead them with your wisdom and your guidance in this place today. We thank you. We praise you. In your Son's name we pray. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
Please face the flag. Ready, salute. All right. First up, with our ceremonial presentations, we will have presentation of SPCA Pet of the Month. Actually, I'm sorry. We're going to take the proclamation for Maple Creek Elementary Day first with Councilmember Lee Brand. Councilmember Brand. We're gonna do Maple Creek Elementary first.
The reliever. I'm really honored today to do this. Our community is amazing. The capacity for compassion and caring, and would all the people come up from Maple Leaf Elementary? Come on up. And our youngest members are the people who do some really great acts of compassion. And this all started, we all know, from the tragic incident with Captain Dern. And on their own, they did some great things. I'm going to let them tell their own story. So before I do that, would you read the proclamation, City Clerk?
Whereas in a tragic accident on March 29th, Fresno Fire Captain Pete Dern fell through a garage during a house fire, suffering burns over 65% of his body. And whereas after seeing the need of a hero in their community, the student leadership team from Maple Creek Elementary School took it upon themselves to organize a school-wide Dimes for Dern campaign with a goal set of $1,000. And whereas when the 12-day Dimes for Dern campaign raised $1,038 after the first day, it was then that the class began challenging other classes to bring in 1,000 dimes or $100. And whereas what followed were many examples of selfless giving and generosity to a noble cause for a greater good in the spirit of a healthy competition, which ultimately raised $4,402 for the Leon S. Peters Burn Center. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of Fresno commend the outstanding efforts of the students of Maple Creek Elementary and do hereby proclaim today to be Maple Creek Elementary School Day in the city of Fresno.
Give him a big hand. And this is a story of resilience and inspiration. You tell the story.
All right, thank you. This leadership team is amazing, as our students are at Maple Creek. And once we returned from spring break and knew of the situation of Captain Dern, these kids immediately went into charge and created the Dimes for Dern campaign with a goal of collecting 10,000 dimes or $1,000. And little did we know that our school would embrace that and just take off with it, challenging each other to raise certain amounts of money. And the first day, we had over $1,000, our goal, but that wasn't good enough. We kept going and kept going. And before you know it, 12 days later, we had collected the equivalent of 44,000 dimes, or $4,402 that we were able to give to the burn unit on behalf of Captain Peter Dern. And these kids got to meet him and got to visit with him, which was really, truly the gift to us. We did not expect that, and here we were thinking that we would get to be the gift givers, and instead we received an amazing gift in the hospitality of the burn unit instead. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else want to speak? Carrie, will you get an update on Captain Dern?
Yeah, an update. Spoke with Pete yesterday for a few minutes, and he's in great spirits. He's walking more and more every day, going outside, eating better, has a really great attitude. He looked really good, so I was really pleased with that. But I want to just commend all of you young people today. I see future firefighters right here. and the reason is because you have to have a servant's heart to be a firefighter. And you proved that with this gracious act. And thank you. I'm very proud of all of you and what you did.
So let's all get together here and take a picture. Come on, everybody squeeze in here. Okay. And another big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carrie.
All right. Next up, we have the presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month by Councilmember Quintero.
Well, good morning, everyone. Fresno isn't awake, huh? Good morning. All right. You know, before we begin, if it's okay with you, I wanted to thank the pastor that said our invocation, Pastor Duchesne. He happens to be an employee of the city of Fresno. He's done a great job. So, Bruce, and Renee want to thank you both for allowing our employees to be able to come up and say the prayer. And has his church in Southeast and Sunnyside area. So he does a great job for our community and goes above and beyond. The second thing I wanted to do before we get to SPCA is wanted to introduce a friend of mine, a couple that have served me as a great mentor. They've been with me in my darkest times and happiest times, and they're just great citizens of Fresno, and just overall good people. And it's hard to find a nicer couple. But also the public service that they've had in our community, and we've had a lot of good sheriffs in Fresno County. But to me, in my book, one of the best. I wanted to introduce you to Sheriff Steve McGarrion and his wife Joanne. Welcome to City Hall. Okay, good to see you here. And he hasn't changed. He's my brother from another mother. If you look at him, you look at me. We're kind of twins. Okay, now the next order of business is the SPCA, and we've got actually three friends here. Eli. So I'll turn it over to you and see what's going on at the SPCA and who's up for adoption.
Hello. Well, today we have Fluffy here, a little month-and-a-half-old little kitten that we received as a stray. And Fluffy here is looking for a foster home. So if somebody has a couple weeks available to foster this little cat right here, it'll be available for adoption in 2 more weeks. And that's the whole goal there at the SPCA right now, is to find several foster homes for the several babies that are coming to the shelter that we just can't house over there. And speaking of more strays, we have a little puppy here by the name of Akira. She was recently altered. She's about 2 months old. She possibly is like one of those terrier mixes, maybe a St. Bernard mix, but she's really adorable. She gets along well with all the other dogs and cats, and they're being housed in the same kennel right now, so hopefully they probably will get to go home together today. But yes, we receive a ton of strays over at the shelter. About 50 to 75 animals come to the shelter every single day, and that's a combination of owner surrenders and stray animals. So, we do have an overpopulation problem, and, for more information on that, ccspca.com is where you can find all the information.
And Eli is the one that got to name the pets today. And I thought he told me her name was Shakira, but he said it's Akira. So can you tell us about the number of adoptions that have been, I guess, increasing? It sounded like pretty good numbers.
Yes, of course, when we drop our adoption prices, we get a lot more adoptions over at the shelter. So for the month of May, we received about 375, 380 adoptions over at the shelter. Our average is about 225 to 250. So, we do see that if we do drop the fee there, people do want to come out to the shelter. So we're hoping that the director and the board of directors there move towards dropping the adoption fee, so that way people can come out and adopt rather than just get from a breeder or from Craigslist.
Okay, great. Anything else you want to add?
We have a lot of things coming up with the CCSPCA, so definitely check us out on our Facebook or, like I said, ccspca.com.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. They're up for adoption. What time do the doors open for adoption?
We're open at 10 o'clock today, and we're closed at 5 o'clock. Wednesdays, we're open until 6 o'clock, 10 to 6. So come on down.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and hopefully we'll be working with the Central California SPCA in the near future, and look forward to that. So thank you both very much, and see you later. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, next up we have a resolution that I'm going to deliver this morning. It's a resolution remembering the life of Robert Paul. I'm joined by a couple of my colleagues who also knew Robert Paul well. If I can have the family come up, Terry, Pastor George. So many of you, Robert to us means a very great deal. He's founding member of Men of Promise, which is a ministry that seeks to inspire through song. And he really served this community as a Men of Promise singer for probably 14 or 15 years. 14 years with bringing Broken Neighborhoods back to life, 17 years with the group, and Bringing Broken Neighborhoods back to life really touches most of our council districts by going and doing block parties every summer, very long season. And Robert, I'm not sure if Robert's ever missed a day. and we're talking for 14 years, upwards of 20 block parties a year. I know because I used to be a part of the organization. And Robert just gave himself to all that he knew. He was a very humble man, one of our local heroes. He was not a celebrity or anything like that, but he was a celebrity in our hearts. And I have his wife and one of his very dear friends, more like a mentor to him, Pastor George. So, Terry, if you'd like to say a few words about.
My wonderful husband was called home for the greatest keyboard gig that anybody could have in heaven suddenly on April 16th, quite unexpectedly. I had a feeling something was coming up, but everybody else was just blown away. This wonderful 53-year-old man has touched thousands upon thousands upon thousands of lives as a retired high school music band director, as a music minister, as an associate pastor, as a professional musician, as an all-around everyday person that would love everybody given the opportunity to interact with them. And I am just so humbled to have had the best 10 years of my life with him. Our kids called him Dad. They were my kids from a previous situation, and our grandkids called him Grandpa. And it's wonderful to watch the legacy continue on and the pebbles in the pond spread as people take what he's shared with them and carry it out and help other people. He lived a pay-it-forward life. And that's what I hope everybody will take away continuously who has ever interacted with him or who has ever benefited from things that he did in his life, through bringing broken neighborhoods back to life, through the First Men of Promise ministry, through performing piano bars locally and teching for shows and such. So I'm just thankful to be here today. I was quite humbly surprised and excited to be called by Councilman Bain's office for this day and this recognition. So I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you to all the council, too, for supporting all the efforts of bringing broken neighborhoods back to life and the ministry of the First Church of Promise and First Men of Promise. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Terry. I'm going to allow my colleagues to weigh in a little bit. I know that Robert touched their lives and in their districts as well. Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you. He was just an amazing individual, and you just lit up when you came around him. He was so full of energy and so full of grace and God. It was just a wonderful time with him. I also wanted to say that I was fortunate enough to get one of the CDs from the band, and it's classic rock and roll with their little spin on it, and it's fantastic. I listen to it all the time. So if you ever get a chance to go to a block party, ask for the Men of Promise CD. It'll light up your life. It is just fantastic music. He was a fantastic fellow, and we're going to miss him a lot.
And I just wanted to say that we like to come to the block parties in our districts. And we always show up, and then inevitably we're asked to come up and say a few words. And oh, no. But we always do, because we like to say a few words. And I always, when I walked up the stairs and got on the stage, Robert was always the first one to stand up and greet me with a big hug. And he is a fantastic individual, and you could feel him radiate that kindness and that love. And so thank you for sharing him with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And I'm going to allow Pastor George to make a few remarks, if you like, Pastor, just to.
I'm a pastor, of course. At any rate, Robert and I met while I was musical director, West Coast, for the Promise Keepers in '96. And from that, a group called the First Men of Promise has evolved. We do and try to make every one of the Bringing Broken Neighborhoods Back to Life block parties. In fact, we'll be doing one on the 13th. That's on Crystal Avenue. We just got finished doing one for the SDA Church on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard a few weeks ago. But the group has become worked. That weekend we did 3 programs. We normally do about 70 to 100 programs a year. They are all Christian-based programs, but for instance, that weekend we were out at the Maya Cinema 16 grand opening. We did 4 hours for them out there, and now we've been invited back to do about 4 more for them. So what we try to do is we essentially want to give a positive message from Christ in the music that we do. I have been blessed to be able to rewrite the songs of the 60s and 70s and put that message in there because the message has always been with us. But at any rate, Robert is missed. He was the vice president of my ministry. He was our worship leader. He was our national music director for that group. And he was also the CAO and the principal of our construction academy that has graduated 58 former inmates from juvenile justice into labor. They're all working now, and their lives have changed. And Robert was a great part of that. At any rate, I am grateful to the city of Fresno, to these council members, and to President Baines, who he and I have had a personal relationship for at least 15 years now. And all I can tell you is we are blessed to be in the city of Fresno, where our leaders know who Christ is and follow him. And this proclamation for my best friend is warranted. We thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you can read our resolution.
Whereas it is with great sorrow that I learned of the passing of Robert Allen Paul on April 16, 2015. He was a loving spirit who loved the Lord and spread his message through music, song, and his kind words and actions. And whereas Robert Allen Paul was born on October 15, 1961, he started his teaching career as a band teacher at Carruthers High School in 1985. Under his leadership, the band won many awards. He was also an ordained minister at the First Church of Promise and was its worship team leader. Robert Paul was also a principal at the California Education Development Foundation Construction Academy, which serves at-risk youth, and went along with his love to teach and minister to the youth. And whereas Robert Paul loved music and lifting spirits with his talent at the keyboard, he was one of the founding members of the First Men of Promise Praise and Worship team. Serving as its music director for 17 years, the team would sing at block parties and Santa's Village events hosted by the community group, bringing broken neighbors back to life, along with other community functions. Robert Paul was also a member of a jazz trio, the Suicide Lounge. He loved to perform at Fresno's premier arts performance event and the Rogue Festival with both the Suicide Lounge and the Men of Promise. On some weeknights, you could find him tickling the ivories at the Tower Sports Club, leading the crowd in rousing renditions of Billy Joel's The Piano Man. Though he could sing and play just about any song upon request, he was that good. A master of the ivory, some would say. And whereas Robert Paul is survived by the love of his life, his wife and soulmate, Terry, he is also survived by his son Noah, his daughter Naomi, and 4 grandchildren, Matthew, Heather, little Noah, and Jada. His sister Alice and her husband Michael, Michael, Aunt Doris, Aunt Ross, and her husband Terry, cousin Donna, as well as many other cousins and friends. We will truly miss him. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Councilmember Oliver L. Baines III, do hereby extend my deepest sympathy to the Paul family and encourage all Fresnans to help commemorate the extraordinary life and spirit of Robert Allen Paul by remembering his lasting contributions.
All right. Our next ceremonial presentation of the day will be the proclamation of the Fresno Pride Parade and Festival. So if I can have Zoyer Zindell, Jane Mayhew, Matthew Wilson, and Jeff Robinson come down. All right. And Councilmember Soria is presenting his proclamation with me. All right, so I'm going to let our parade committee talk in just a moment. But just really quickly, Councilmember Soria and I wanted to say a couple of words. And first of all, I know that this is the 25th annual Fresno Pride Parade in the city of Fresno. And it's going to be this Saturday, June 6th. Esmeralda and I will be there, apparently riding on a fire truck. So, this is going to be my, I think, fourth or fifth year participating. I've been in the parade since before I was elected, and have made sure that every year I have signed the proclamation and been a part of the parade. So I'll tell you that once again I will be there, even though I have a scholarship program the very same day, an hour later. So I'm gonna make it anyhow. But we're very happy to be supportive of this. We always want to make sure that we're celebrating the diversity of our community in every facet. So with that, I'm gonna let Councilmember Soria say a few words.
Thank you, Council President Baines. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to all of you for being here this morning. I am honored to stand here beside my colleague in presenting this resolution. A 25th anniversary, I believe, is telling of what Pride Parade means to our community, and really means to the Tower District, where it has taken place for the number of years that it has. Again, I believe in really appreciating the diversity of our community and working with you all to ensure that this parade is successful, as it has been every year. This will be my first year riding on the parade as an elected official. I've supported the parade in the past. I rode on it last year, and so I'm happy to participate and support your guys' efforts. I also look forward to, I know that the community has the film festival later this fall, and also excited for that this coming year. So thank you for the work that you guys do, and I look forward to accompanying you guys this Saturday.
All right, who wants to tell us a little bit about our celebration?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Robinson. I am the coordinator for the Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Parade and Festival. We are celebrating our 25th year. It's been a long road to get here. This is the first time we've been in the council's chambers to receive a proclamation. To me, it's very historic that we have the council that's signing off on this, and that I understand the mayor has signed off. We have not had a mayor sign a proclamation since 1991, which was our first year with Mayor Karen Humphrey. I want to thank the representatives from District 1 and 3 all through the past years. They have always kind of ran with getting us a proclamation, supporting and being a part. Cynthia Sterling, Tom Bawajian, Blanc John, Oliver Baines, and Esmeralda Soria. It's always been a fabulous thing to have them here. For the rest of the City Council, we would invite you to come this Saturday and be a part of the parade. There is no cost. We encourage you to come be our guests. So the invitation is there, and we thank everyone. I really want to thank Zoya and Jane, who took it upon themselves and were very diligent in working not only with Fresno City Council, but also with the County Board of Supervisors, the state, and our national leaders, such as Barbara Boxer and Diane Feinstein, for getting us some tweets and stuff they're going to be sending out on half. Also for Gavin Newsom, our Lieutenant Governor, that is also providing a proclamation. And Henry T. Perea and the Assembly will be providing one. So like I said, this is a very historic day for us. We encourage all of you to come out and enjoy. Come sample the LGBT culture. The parade is free. There's nothing better than a parade for free family entertainment. The festival is open from 11 to 3. It's a mere $5. There will be a dance tent. There will be an entertainment tent. There will be food. We are in all ages. We're open to all families. We will be giving out 100 goodie bags to our little kids, bottles of water, juices, some toys, and some treats. And we have Wesley Methodist Church will be running our children's area with bounce houses and carnival games just for them. So come out and enjoy the day with us.
All right, Madam Clerk, if we can read the proclamation.
Whereas the 25th Annual Fresno Pride Parade is held in the city of Fresno on June 6, 2015, the Fresno Rainbow Pride 2015 Festival invites people from all over Fresno County and the Central Valley to participate in the activities provided to educate and celebrate each other and commemorate the rich diversity of our community. And whereas Pride originally began as a result of the riots at Stonewall Inn in 1969, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community desired better representation and a day to celebrate and recognize their own culture and tradition that continues through this proclaimed day. And whereas one of our nation's greatest strengths is the rich diversity of its people, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans form an important part of this national tapestry and have contributed to every facet of our society. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes LGBT population and opposes any oppression and discrimination which diminishes the quality of life for any City of Fresno resident or visitor, including those in its lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. It is only through a community's unity that we can overcome injustices toward all groups of people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, Council Members Oliver L. Baines III, Esmeralda Soria, Paul Capriolio, Sal Quintero, and Clint Olivier, do hereby declare June 6, 2015, to be Fresno Pride Parade and Festival Day in the City of Fresno.
As Vice President, I'll stand in for a moment. Next, we have a presentation of a check for PG&E from the City Manager's Office. Not yet? Manny, you're up.
Members of the council, I'm very pleased today to be before you to accept this very generous donation from PG&E of $25,000. This money will allow us to operate our cooling centers this coming summer. As everybody here knows that summers in Fresno can be a bit warm. This generous donation allows us to be able to provide some respite for many of our residents and children living in the city. With this money, we're going to be able to operate cooling centers out of Frank H. Ball, Mosqueda, Pinedale, Ted C. Wills, and the Romaine Recreation Center. This program has been sponsored by PG&E for over 9 years. PG&E has given us over $171,000 over this time. And today, representing PG&E is Ann Cluse, Government Relations Representative, and Joni Blasquez, Program Manager for PG&E.
Thank you. My favorite thing of the day, actually my favorite thing of the week, is the big check presentation. So I'm really glad to be here again. They say the only certainties in life is death and taxes, and I add to that list heat in Fresno. And being cool is not a spa treatment, it's a health and safety issue for us, so that's why we're so committed to this. So we're really happy to be here. Jody came down from San Francisco. She's our program manager for the cooling centers and for our low-income programs. I learned something new recently, too, that we have 19 different programs for low-income customers, and so she's going to talk a little bit about what she's got planned in the area to make sure that we reach those folks.
Thanks, Ann. Thank you, Council, for having us here. So I am the program manager of the low-income programs and the cooling centers, and my job is community engagement, outreach, and events. And I have the whole service area of PG&E, which includes Fresno, and that's one of the biggest hubs that we have. I appreciate us being here and giving you the check for the $25,000 to help you with the cooling centers. Check, yes. And I hope that that this check will enable you to keep the cooling centers running throughout the summer, and then also bring in the low-income programs in with the cooling center. And we hope to promote that. We're also sponsors of the Juneteenth program on June 20th that will be sponsoring and having 2 tents there to tell about the cooling centers and also the low-income programs that we have. Again, we have 19 programs that we have. And then just to wrap it up, we're now going to be doing a little toolkit for all the areas that are having cooling centers, which will have tablecloths and all the brochures and everything for the low-income program so it can be reached out to. And it will be a partnership for both. So thank you very much for having us here.
I'd also like to make another comment. PG&E is being recognized, but I'd also like to recognize Ann Cluse. Ann Cluse, as a representative for PG&E, can always be called upon us. She organizes volunteer programs. She's helping us with our Movies in the Park program. I mean, this woman is constantly out helping the city of Fresno. I think the city is very fortunate to have somebody as committed to her living in our community. So, Ann, thank you very much.
Councilman Brandau.
Manuel and PG&E, I wanted to agree with everything Manuel just said. He kind of took the words out of my mouth. But Ann, thanks for being a strong part, and PG&E for being a great community partner with the city of Fresno. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and I've got to say that too. We just want to echo my colleague. A lot of folks don't know, although this program, you guys have, this is $171,000 over the last 9 years, we all up here know how much PG&E contributes to this community in so many ways. And the list is very long if we were about to try to cite all of them, but we really do thank you and your corporation for your investment and your friendship to this community. Thank you. And especially Ann, who's all of our friends.
Yes, I am. And I just want to add to it, I was curious yesterday. I thought, in the Fresno region in 2014, how much did PG&E charitable contributions? That comes from our shareholders and from our employees' paychecks. We all do deductions and donate to charities, and then the company matches it. And I thought in the Fresno region last year in 2014, how much did we give? And it was, I think, around $1.7 million in the Fresno area. So this is just, one other example of the many things that we're able to do. And a lot of it is because of the charitable mentality of not just our corporation, but of our employees as well that give us of their time. So I'm always pleased to be here, and I'll see you on Saturday for the next event.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ann. All right, next up we have the recognition of Fresno Barrios Unidos and Tree Fresno for Cesar Chavez Day of Action. Councilmember Olivier.
Socorro Santillan and Lee Ayers, come on up. Bring everybody with you. So often in the city of Fresno, we can't be everywhere at all times in all places. And so that's why our community groups, our community partners, our activists are so important, because they can actually get people together, they can raise money, they can make connections with other groups in the community to make something happen to benefit a neighborhood. And this is an example of what we have here right now. I know that I can let you guys tell the story, but I know that we had some empty holes in a sidewalk where trees used to be. Trees are a good thing. Trees we continue to water, even though we're letting our lawns go brown. And so you wanted to do trees. And I'll let Socorro tell the story.
So what we had noticed in our neighborhood, that slowly our trees had been disappearing throughout the years. I've been with Barrios now almost 11 years, and when I first started there, we had trees all the way down on Tulare Street in front of Roosevelt. And then what happened in December, our last tree was knocked down by a car who ran into it. It did save our building, but unfortunately our last tree went down. So, as in our efforts to revitalize our community, we decided that it wasn't enough for us to plant the one tree that was taken by the car, but that truly we needed to invest in our neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that unfortunately endures a lot of, violence and crime and graffiti, and so we felt that this was an opportunity for us to engage our community to really spruce up back Tulare. So we contacted Roosevelt High School and several other students, high schools that we work with, and we said, how would your students like to give back to their community and make this place beautiful so when they're walking to school, they can feel really proud about it. And so we got over 70 volunteers that showed up, and as Council Member Olivia said, this can't happen alone. I definitely don't have nice pockets full of money. And so I contacted him and we met, and he said, yeah, definitely he would contribute. So did Assemblymember Perea, as well as our local businesses like Lowe's and Home Depot. And, then I contacted the tree experts, which was Tree Fresno, because, you know, as much as I love to plant, I don't know anything about trees and what would be great for our community and survive. And as we worked together, we were able to create the Cesar Chavez Day of Action. You know, usually that's a day that our staff gets paid to not work. And I looked at them in a meeting and I said, how would you like to work that day? And you know what? They were on board. They put up their sleeves and were willing to work. And I said, remember, you're going to have to dig, pick up dirty trash. You know, you're going to have to be in really severe weather, which was really hot that day. But they didn't mind. You know, this is somewhere, I know that not only myself, but most of us, we spend more time there than we do at home. You know, it's a good and that's a good thing. But that's another issue. But, you know, we came together on Cesar Chavez's birthday. Instead of taking the day off, we worked with our 70 community members. We planted trees. We planted flowers. We picked up trash. I had these amazing 2 little girls who were only 4 years old, picking out layers and layers of trash. And they look over at their mom. They're like, Mom, why can't we do this at home? It's so much fun. You know, and I laughed, and I thought, at first I thought like, oh man, if CPS saw this, I don't know if it would work with them. But then I thought about what these young girls were learning and what they were being able to do at the age of 4, give back to the community, and what would this mean in years for them, you know, to be able to do this. So we were able to feed all of our volunteers. We were able to show the Cesar Chavez movie, which I thought was really important when you're trying to build that community civic engagement and making people realize that you don't have to sit on the sidewalks and look at your community being torn down, but that you could actually rebuild it and be engaged. We got incredible support that day. We had 2 older women with a lot of experience who showed up, were driving, and I guess they seen a hashtag Cesar Chavez Day of Action, and it turned out to be Cesar Chavez nurse and cook. And so they were like, wait a minute, something's happening about Cesar, we need to be there. So they came in, we stopped the movie, and they were able to share all these incredible stories when Cesar Chavez, you know, in their marches and their activities, and the look in the young folks' eyes was incredible because you could see the light was getting lighted, that they were recognizing like, okay, you know, this isn't just history, this could be present, we can make this happen. And so this was a beautiful event. Thank you, Councilmember Olivier, for your support. You know, like you said, it can only happen through partnerships, and that's exactly what made this day possible. Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay. It's okay to some applause. And Lee Ayers from Tree Fresno, did you want to say a few words? I know you're a big participant. And then I guess one of the trees was ripped off, right? You guys came in the morning and the tree was gone, right?
Yeah, not even 2 weeks into planting these trees, I show up to work, and you know, the day before, myself and some staff had watered all the trees in front of our building, and so I parked as always, to open up the gate, and I noticed that one tree's gone, and it was a little upsetting, and it was sad for me, you know, because I know all the passion and work that went into putting these trees. You know, definitely the person who took the tree didn't know the history of what went behind us. And I called the media because I was upset. I called the police, and they're like, what do you mean somebody stole your tree? Like, you know, why are you calling us? And, you know, but I felt that we had to bring awareness to the issue, because if you don't report something, then people are not aware of it. Tree Fresno was kind enough to replace the tree, and the trees have been fine now. You know, but my thing was that it wasn't so much being upset, but sad, the fact that it has to come to that, you know, we don't have enough access to trees and flowers in our community, that people feel like they have to take what is there. So my goal is that as we work, you know, in the near future, is to assure that there is a balance of trees and flowers and nature all across our city.
You know, what's the matter with people who wakes up in the morning and says, oh, that new tree that's over there on Tulare, I'm going to take it. All right, Lee, what do you have to add?
Right. Well, we had several people to thank to make this possible. When you come up on a situation where you have empty tree wells, you want to make sure that if you replace them, they have an increasing chance to succeed. And this is a story of collaboration with the city of Fresno, not only the help from our council member, but our public works department. So we went in and looked at those tree wells with Hillary Kimber, who is a member of the public works staff and has an encyclopedic knowledge of horticulture, and settled on which trees would be appropriate to plant there. And then how would we enlarge the tree wells to increase the chances of them succeeding? And in what way would we set it up to facilitate watering? Because the Barrios Unidos, Bank of America, a local general store have taken on the responsibility of watering these trees. And so if you go by, you'll see that we came up with an interesting dry well solution where it facilitates deep root watering for these trees. And we were just out there Sunday to inspect it. Some of the people I wanted to mention in particular besides Hillary are Ken Turner with construction permits. What a busy guy in this town. And Dave Rowe, who deals with keeping all of our street lights working. Interesting job. He took the moment to help us sort out a conduit question. And then, of course, Scott Mosier and Scott Crowder, who oversee the Public Works Department, blessed this and waived the permit fee. We did take certain steps to make sure these trees succeeded, not only with the selection of the tree. These are trees that are great to plant in a drought. There's 8 crepe myrtles and 1 Chinese pistache. You can plant them with confidence. Think about just 5 gallons a week, 2 flushes of the toilet. It will sustain these trees. And we also attached to the tree stakes a sign, which didn't work with that first tree theft, but since they've stood up and let people know these trees were planted with a purpose. We look forward to many projects in the years to come in our parks, our schools, and along our streets in partnership with the city and organizations like Barrios Unidos.
Thank you. So right now, as we speak, and as we're here recognizing these 2 great groups, there are people walking down the sidewalk and they're passing a tree, but they don't know all the work and all the passion and dedication that went into them. There's a story behind those trees. So I have 2 certificates to Tree Fresno and Barrios Unidos. It is my pleasure to congratulate you on your contributions to the Cesar Chavez Day of Action. This award recognizes you as an organization that possesses good citizenship, service, and leadership in our community. Thank you again for your efforts.
Take back the stage. I just wanted to acknowledge, as Lee said, all partners. There are 2 other partners. Fresno City Graffiti team was amazing from the very beginning. They were meeting, talking with us. You know, they were like, "Oh, we'll take it down in a minute." And we're like, "No. We want the youth." So they went out there and they taught the youth how to clean up the graffiti, and they were there, very supportive. And also, our partners from Building Healthy Communities, BHC, we had numerous organizations and folks out there supporting this. Willing to get dirty. And, we appreciate that because true partnerships are hard to find. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, now we will have the proclamation of the 2015 Walk to End Alzheimer's Month. We have Councilmember Soria and Capriolio.
So good morning, everyone. I want to invite a few folks up here with my council colleague, Paul Capriolio, this morning. So Stella de la Peña, Lori Sharp, Barbara Tanimoto, Tracy Cisneros, and Sue Fernandez. So it's an honor to be here this morning along with these really great advocates on the issues of Alzheimer's, and also along with my council colleague, Capriolio. This issue to me is actually very, very personal and intimate. I actually have a picture of my grandmother there, who my grandmother, still lives. She's 84 years old and has been living with this disease for probably close to 2 decades, but wasn't diagnosed until about a decade ago. And so this is why I am here this morning, because awareness of this issue is critical to our community, especially when we have an aging population. This issue is really important. We need more awareness. We need to ensure that we put in dollars for research to help address and solve, some of the issues that come with Alzheimer's. So I'm very pleased to be here this morning to ensure that the city of Fresno is aware and that our region is aware of this disease. There's sometimes that stigma that comes with it, and we need to also get rid of the stigma that exists. I know that in the Latino community, sometimes it is very hard to talk about this issue and how it is impacting our personal family, because it not only impacts the person, but it impacts the entire family. I know for me, it's been very, very difficult to see my grandmother deteriorate. She no longer knows my name, and she was a fighting warrior. And so it is very hard to see that today she's in a hospital, can't move, can't walk, can't talk, but only can stare at us and see and still let us know that she loves us and that she's still there. So it is a very, very difficult disease to deal with. So I am pleased to be here this morning to ensure that we share this awareness, and also to just share that we are happy to be able to partner up with Clausen Honda this morning. They will be, and they've started putting out a car out through the community and have committed to donating money for every signature that is signed onto the car. So we're very pleased to be able to have the opportunity to place this Honda vehicle in front of City Hall, and we will be taking a short-minute break to ensure that folks that are here get a moment to help us raise the money. For every signature, Clausen Honda has committed to donate $1. So every dollar will help us again in the efforts to increase research to help this disease that is really impacting our community and impacting especially with the aging population. So thank you for being here. I know that you guys are strong advocates of this issue, and now I will pass it on to my council colleague.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to share this announcement of what this month is all about. My maternal grandmother passed away at 86 from Alzheimer's. I lost my dad 7 years ago to Alzheimer's, and it's a very, very difficult thing. On a personal note, the only thing that got me through it was I kept looking at my dad and saying, "He's pain-free. He's pain-free," and it's tough. But this is a great day, really, and we're wearing purple for a reason, because purple is the Alzheimer's color for this month and forever. So we're wearing that proudly, and we would encourage you all to join us outside and make that signature and help us raise money for Alzheimer's. And these people here are true leaders, and we just really appreciate all you do, and thank you for your service to Alzheimer's families as well as the city of Fresno.
And I will let you guys share just a little bit about the work that you guys have done and the partnership, and give us a little bit more information about the vehicle and where it would be placed. One other thing before I pass on the mic, this afternoon I will also have the vehicle in the Tower District in front of the Tower Theater. It is Art Hop, so we're going to encourage folks that are going to be out going to the various Art Hop events or Art Hop venues to stop by and also sign.
Thank you so much. On behalf of our staff and very dedicated volunteers, we certainly want to thank you both for taking the leadership in helping us to provide awareness and helping us to secure this proclamation. We can't thank you enough, and all of the council members, for helping us to provide awareness about this disease and for sharing your very personal stories. There are so many personal stories out there. Certainly each of us have our own story as well, and it's a disease that is impacting over 888,000 people just in California alone, and of those 10,000 individuals live here in Fresno County. And so we need a more awareness about this, because not only are those individuals impacted, but there are, at least here in Fresno County, over 30,000 caregivers who are also impacted. And so we are making efforts during this month in particular with Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month to provide more education in the community about the need for this awareness and the opportunity to get involved in this great effort. We will be having a longest stay event on June 21st that gives individuals the opportunity to create an activity or awareness event that draws attention to the disease and to also raise funds for research. In addition to that, in the fall, in September, on September 12th, we have our walk event that takes place at Fresno State, which you are all certainly invited to be a part of. We would love to have you there. We have the car that Clausen has generously provided to us to then also provide awareness in the community. So throughout the month, we will have different activities and events so that we can provide information, we can encourage people to sign, and receive additional support to help to support research. Locally, we will be opening an office here in August. And we will be providing direct services to clients and families to support them during this very difficult journey. And so we encourage all of you to learn more about the disease. It is a disease that we are all at risk of getting at some point, and certainly it's a disease we need more awareness about. It's the 5th leading cause of death in our nation, and currently there is not a cure. There's no way to stop the disease, and the treatments that are currently available are only treatments that help to support and offset some of the side effects, which not everyone can take, unfortunately. So much more work is needed to learn about the disease and to provide more support to research. So we thank you for all of your dedication. We appreciate you wearing purple today. We encourage all of you to wear purple during this month. Absolutely. Even the lining is purple. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing to help support us. And our website, if I can mention, is www.alz.org. And we also have a 24-hour helpline that is available as well. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else that want to share anything?
Actually, if you don't, I don't need a microphone. If you wouldn't mind, please, if you're so inclined, come find us on Facebook. We're at the Fresno Clovis Walk to End Alzheimer's on Facebook. And we would love to see all of you at the walk on September 12th. It would be a beautiful thing to see you all there joining us. It doesn't cost you a thing to show up. And you gain so much more. We'll be out there providing more additional information about the disease and where you can find resources for help. For those of you who are caregivers, know that there are a ton of resources available to you on our website, www.alz.org, or find us Fresno Clovis Walk to End Alzheimer's on Facebook, and we hope to see you all there.
Again, thank you so much, ladies, for all the work that you guys are doing, for your advocacy. I'm excited to hear that we will have an office here locally. Excited to see that those efforts will hopefully continue to bring more awareness and really provide those resources to the community that sometimes they don't know about and are very helpful because not only the person that has Alzheimer's, but the family could definitely benefit from all these resources. So again, thank you. And I'll ask the city clerk to read the resolution for the record.
Whereas today there are more than, excuse me, whereas today there are more than 5 million Americans living with Alzheimer's, a figure that is expected to grow as many as 16 million by mid-century if we don't develop a cure or effective treatment. Whereas there are currently more than 588,000 people with Alzheimer's living in the state of California, over 5,000 of whom are in the city of Fresno, and additionally another 15,000 caregivers in Fresno who are caring for a loved one with Alzheimer's. Whereas researchers are making great progress in developing ways to accurately diagnose and treat Alzheimer's disease, and we need to accelerate the pace of that research if we're going to have a disease-altering treatment in the next 15 years. Whereas the Alzheimer's Association is marking June as Alzheimer and Brain Awareness Month, and June 21st as the longest day, and asking residents of Fresno to visit actionalz.org to learn more about Alzheimer's and become part of the effort to combat the disease. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno does hereby proclaim June 21st, 2015 as the longest day in Fresno and the month of June. Alzheimer and Brain Month Awareness.
All right. All right, Council, we're going to take a 5-minute recess to allow us to go and affix our signatures to the card right out front. Councilmember Soria and Capriolio, if you can direct us. Thank you. We will be back in 5 minutes. All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Motion passes 5-0 with Councilmember Soria and Clinton. Olivier absent. Approval of City Council minutes from May 14, 2015. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to the minutes? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes? Motion to approve. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 6-0. Councilmember Soria absent. Approval of City Council minutes from May 21st, 2015. Motion to approve. So moved. All those in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Soria absent. So now we're moving to Councilmember reports and comments. Do we have any? All right, several members punched up. Councilmember Capriolio.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm holding in front of me a card that's been designed for Captain Dern. You've heard a lot about him since the incident in March. And I wanted to thank especially Susan Moore, the owner of Dumont, and Catherine Curry of C. Curry Designs for the great work they've done on this card for Captain Dern. And what I want to do is have everyone in the room sign it. We're going to put this in the lobby, so we hope all our fellow employees for the city of Fresno, firefighters, police, code, everyone come down and sign this card so we can give it to Captain Dern. And encourage him to continue his fight, as you heard from the Captain, Chief Donis earlier today. Continue that struggle. We look forward to seeing him back here at City Hall so we can present this to him officially. So let me open it up and show you what we have. They did a fabulous job, and please, everyone come and sign this. It'll be down in the lobby later this morning. Let me show it to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. I just want to take a personal moment of privilege and just let you know how great your effort was on behalf of Captain Dern in organizing this and putting this together, making sure that we all stayed engaged and that the city has not forgotten his great service. Thank you for keeping him in the forefront, Councilmember. Thank you. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to ask that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Anthony Giannetta. Wanted to tell you a little bit about Mr. Giannetta. He passed away on Saturday, was 92 years old. And Mr. Giannetta was raised in Fresno, lived in the old Italian town of West Fresno. But one of his biggest achievements besides his family was that he began building homes in the late 1940s here in Fresno, and he went on building for years here in the city and went on to develop over 27 subdivisions and built more than 4,500 homes in the Fresno, Clovis, and Madera areas. And some of you folks that have been around may be familiar with his homes. They were called Hallmark homes, and it was quality work that he did. Mr. Giannetta was a very good friend. His son, John Giannetta, works here at City Hall. And Tony was very active in the community, also in the building community, and served on legislative committees. So his influence was widespread. And in 1988, he was the first inductee from the Central Valley to be inducted into the California Home Builders Hall of Fame. And he was just a great man and a good person. And he'll be really missed by his family. His wife Alice passed away about 3 or 4 months ago. So in his memory, I just wanted to mention that. There's a lot of people that remember Tony and his achievements and the good that he did for the city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Quintero. And we will certainly make sure we adjourn in his memory. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted just give an update on this past week. On Tuesday, we hosted the California Energy Commission here. They had a public meeting regarding the drought response and the governor's proclamation in terms of the drought. They are looking at a statewide water energy technology program where they're encouraging input from everyone up and down the state. They focused here during this public meeting in the agricultural sector. I think next week they will be out in Southern California and Los Angeles getting input in terms of their residential program. So I do want to encourage our administration, our Public Utilities Director, to keep in tune with the program. They're looking at water and energy savings technology. So we should be looking at how we can draw some dollars down here locally to help us with the drought situation. So just very encouraging. I believe this first round, there's $16 million for this program. So hoping that the city of Fresno can take advantage of that. And then just want to invite my council colleagues and just give a little plug to a new business that opened up in my district. It has gotten a lot of buzz in the media. Ampersand is an ice cream parlor in the Fresno High neighborhood. They have yummy ice cream for, I think, the 7th day in a row. They've run out of ice cream. So they're being pretty successful in their first week. Very proud of the business, and just want to make a note of how one small business can really make a difference in a neighborhood. Now, when I'm walking in the evenings, there's a lot of people walking up and down that Echo Van Ness Boulevard. People are mingling. Fresno High neighbors are coming together, and so it's really nice to see that just in the short amount of period of time, there's some changes, some positive changes in the Fresno High neighborhood. So very encouraged, and I invite my council colleagues to come visit them. So thank you.
Councilmember Capriolio.
I forgot for a moment, I was so excited about Captain Dern's card. On behalf of the City Council, we want to take a moment to thank Emma Baker and Nancy Cabrera from the City Attorney's Office for their dedication and hard work to the city. They're going to be leaving. Nancy's last day is tomorrow, yay for Nancy, and Emma's last day is June 12th, so they're going to move on to bigger, better things in their respective lives. And on behalf of the City Council, we want to thank them and wish them the very best.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. All right, and finally, I'll make a very quick announcement about an event that I have this Saturday. It's called the Gold Awards. You all should have received your invitations. Would love if you guys can come. It's a scholarship award I've been doing now. This is my 3rd year I've done it. I'll be giving away, I think, 9 scholarships this year, all ranging from $500 to $1,500 to Fresno area students and college students. So if you aren't busy, it's 11:30. It's a luncheon. Starts at 11:30 a.m. to about 1 o'clock and be at the Grand on the 10th floor. So again, you all should have gotten your invitations. All right, now we'll move to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to the agenda?
There's just one change on the 2 o'clock items, ID 15-441 and 15-478. The action plan should read continue to June 11th at 2 o'clock, not 1:30 on both of those items.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the agenda, the amended agenda? All right, do we have a second? All right, all those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Are there any council members that would like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Councilmember Brandow.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 1E for discussion, please.
Item 1E. All right. So I will now take the amended consent calendar out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on any of the consent calendar items? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have a motion to approve the amended consent calendar? We have a second? All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Okay, now if we have staff here for item 1E, it's a resolution to modification of resolution 2015-57, including specific language regarding Assembly Bill 1012. Scott?
Good morning. Hey, good morning, Scott. Scott, somehow this one slipped by my attention, so could you help me out and tell me what this is about, this item?
Yes, good morning, Council. I'm Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. This item is one that came before the Council back in April, and it was an updated resolution on some federal CMAQ funding through Fresno COG, and what the Council had approved was use of money toward the Bankside Trail and a CNG, a street sweeper, which would greatly help operationally in the street sweeping program citywide. And this is coming back because Fresno COG has asked the Council to include a couple of provisions that we did not have in the original reso. One is concerning just timely use of funds, and the Fresno COG has asked that that resolution come back before the Council a second time. We've now included the language, and with the passage of this, then that would allow the grant projects to move forward.
So it just kind of clarifies the language a little bit? Would that be your summary?
That is correct.
Okay. And essentially it's for something we had previously voted on, a street sweeper and some trail funds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I just needed clarification, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, I've got to actually take that out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on that item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. I do have a motion. I do have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now move on to item 2A, actions pertaining to the Herndon Avenue overlay from Blackstone Avenue to West Avenue. We have staff here.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, City Manager. My name is Randy Bell with the Public Works Department. The item before you today is the Herndon Avenue overlay between Blackstone Avenue and West Avenue. This project will rehabilitate the eastbound and westbound lanes of Herndon Avenue and upgrade curb ramps that don't meet ADA requirements. 6 bids were received on April 21st. And Dave Christian Construction was found to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder with a bid of $1,124,186. Staff recommends Council adopt the finding on categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301 and award a construction contract in the amount of $1,124,186 to Dave Christian Construction of Fresno as the lowest responsible bidder, and authorize the Public Works Director or his designee to sign the contract on behalf of the city. This ends my presentation. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any members like to make a motion? It's I'm sorry. Yes, it's your district.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Randy. Move to approve.
All right. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We will now move along to our 10 o'clock a.m. item. We have a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax for Community District Number 11. If we have staff here for that.
Good morning, Council President Baines and City Council members. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. We are requesting that there's a hearing today to adopt resolutions and an ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax into Community Facilities District Number 11. This is a project by KB Homes near the corner of Church and Minnewawa. We have received, it's at their request that we're annexing this area into a assessment district. We have received all of the ballots, and they've all voted for approval of this annexation. Be happy to answer any questions you might have about the project.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero, this is your district.
Thank you, Mr. President. Andrew, and the city manager. Yeah. Sorry about that. Got a question regarding this agenda item. It's Church of Minnewawa. And I shared with Andrew yesterday an email we received from a resident in the area that are concerned about the development going in because what they're looking for is there's a canal that runs through there, the Fancher Creek, and when Macmillan was building their homes, they tried to worked with the neighborhood and the Property Owners Association on putting a trail in there along the canal bank, which I believe came out on the east side, and no bridge. Now the concern that we're getting is that from one of the residents now, but I know we've had ongoing calls, is the what are those things called? Three-wheelers or
quads? I think
the what?
Quads, all-terrain vehicles. And
yeah,
ATVs.
Yeah, those. And I think one of the questions they were asking is with more folks coming into the neighborhood and that type of thing, is there some way that we could install ballards or something to stop them from going up on? I guess it's Fresno Irrigation District's deal, or flood control.
I guess we'll do some research. I'm not sure if it's flood control or if it was property formerly leased by flood control that now belongs to someone. But we can certainly look into working with whoever the property owner is to try to mitigate the access by the ATVs.
Would you recommend that we still go ahead and approve it today and then move work
well, yes,
on
because
that?
this actually will cover all the improvements within the proposed development, which is consistent with what we've been doing before with everything from streets to park spaces and things like that.
So we're okay in approving it today, and then that other piece, I know that Andrew's tried calling the lady a couple times already without any success of her being able to call back, and so she's got, and she called us when when Macmillan was getting built, actually. So it's an ongoing thing, and they're feeling that it's going to just cause more ATVs to come in. So, okay, motion approved. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Councilmember Soria.
So I just have a few questions for you, Andy. And this is related to kind of the discussion that we've had here at City Hall regarding conservation efforts. And so I want to see how that plays a role in these community facility districts. Given, the state mandates and what we've been doing here in the city to encourage, what are we doing within these community facilities districts to either encourage or to include within those districts that we're encouraging either xeriscaping or other conservation efforts? Because that's what we're kind of what we should be leading the charge in, ensuring that, yes, we're going to maintain these areas, but that we are maintaining these areas that hopefully are not consuming as much water. I would like us to be leading by example, and so I just wanted to kind of get your feedback on it, because I didn't see anything within the Community Facilities District agreement that there's any talk about conservation efforts, and so I'm just trying to figure out how that plays a role within these community facility districts.
Well, these are assessment funds, and they pay for the maintenance of all the landscaping around and some of the other improvements, pays for the concrete improvements. But in our efforts, we maintain, city forces maintain with contractors, CFDA districts all over town. All of them have been switched to 2 days a week on the watering, just like residential. But we're also in the newer areas as they come through. We're looking for no turf. We're not allowing any turf at all. We're looking for drought-tolerant plants, xeriscape. Really more efficient irrigation systems, going more to a drip. Sometimes it's an underground drip, trying to get away from just using so much water. And these districts do pay the water bills. So as the homeowners pay their property tax, that funds their water. So it's to their advantage to not use any more water than they have to.
So that's great. So I would just encourage us. I don't know if it's appropriate to memorialize in some of these agreements. And I know that it's the owners that are ultimately paying for the maintenance, but I think that given the fact that we are doing it, that we do lead by example, and so that we, I don't know if it's appropriate to memorialize it within the agreement, to have some kind of clause, or they know that when in times like today that we're facing a drought, that we are encouraging, and that's the route that we will be going with some of these areas that we will be maintaining in terms of xeriscaping and really looking at minimizing our water usage.
I believe there's rules already in our current development code and also in our proposed development code. It's a state law now that really requires that the landscaping be drought tolerant. You know, you see some of the really older subdivisions that probably have some turf still, but we'll be looking at ways to reduce the amount of turf. Turf is really expensive to maintain in general.
Okay, and the only reason I bring it...
If I could, let me add that this approves the CFD. Once the developer comes in and comes in with a site plan, we will sign off on their landscaping plan, which will then memorialize the use of drought-tolerant materials.
Okay, perfect. Just because when I saw the map, it did say, turf, and so I was just wanting to make sure that we are being consistent with our policies that we've set through, the act that my council colleague Lee Brand and Capriolio have put forth.
I know on this project, our staff did ask for some changes. There was a few plants that they felt weren't drought tolerant enough and asked for those to be changed, and they made the changes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
They're looking at that very close.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item carries 7-0. We will now move on to item 3A, bill for introduction, adding section 5.5-510 to Article 5, Chapter 5, Fresno Municipal Code, establishing the Fresno Youth Commission, and myself and Councilmember Soria are the sponsors of this. I will turn it over to my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Soria.
Thank you. I am very proud this morning to present this or to introduce this bill, this ordinance, to create the Fresno Youth Commission. Very proud to have partnered up with the council president to ensure that we invest in our youth, and that this is showing our commitment to ensuring that the youth from the city of Fresno have a voice as we continue to make policies every week here from the dais that impact our neighborhoods, that impact youth who are our future generation. And so what this ordinance does, and before maybe I talk about the ordinance, can you read, Doug, some of the just minor changes that we will be making?
Right. This is introduction today, so this language will be included in the final version, which would come back next week for adoption. On page 5 of the ordinance, under section F, the first 3 paragraphs would be replaced with the following paragraphs. Number 1, identify the concerns and needs of the youth of Fresno through community outreach and engagement, and hold public forums in which children, youth, and families are encouraged to participate. Paragraph 2, examine existing social, economic, educational, and recreational programs for youth, develop and propose plans that support or improve such programs, and make recommendations thereon to the City Council and Mayor. And paragraph 3, develop and maintain a yearly strategic plan outlining the areas of focus for the Commission within the purview and jurisdiction of the City of Fresno.
Okay, great. And so these changes that we made to the language, which are very small changes, just ensure that the issues that the Youth Commission will be looking at are within the jurisdiction and the purview of our city. And so just want to give you guys a little bit of background as to how this ordinance came about and the efforts. It's really been a collaborative effort, and that's why I'm excited to be able to present it over the last few months and since I came into office. We've been working with the community, specifically the youth, where they've had an actual opportunity to give feedback and present what they would think would be valuable in creating this youth commission. So I'm very proud to say that we've worked with the Boys and Men of Color, Fresno Barrios Unidos, our Youth Leadership Institute, the California Endowment, and Building Healthy Communities to really bring forth this morning an ordinance that will create the venue for young people to voice their opinions, to be able to give our council and the administration their opinions as to what are some of the issues that are impacting the youth and children of our community. And so the ordinance creates this body that where every district will have an appointee, a young person being appointed by the respective council member. The mayor will also have the opportunity to appoint their representative. And so I'm also happy to report that the mayor has been extremely supportive of our efforts, and we hope to be able to support her funding efforts during the budget proposal. Which does include some funding for the Youth Commission. And this is very exciting because it does, again, provide that venue for young people to have a voice in local government. We know that statistically over the last election cycle, we saw young people not come out. And so I believe that this shows our commitment to ensure that we show that we want our youth to be engaged, because we know that they are the future generation and that the decisions that we make today are going to affect our tomorrow, and they are our leaders. So this will provide the opportunity for leadership development and really a true engagement of our young people. So I'm very excited this morning, again, to present this forth, to have the wide support that we've received from the various stakeholders and just members from the community that have been working with us to craft the best ordinance to ensure that this youth commission not only is alive today, but will be alive for years to come. And I want to thank my council colleague, Oliver Baines, for supporting these efforts and for working with us to ensure that this is a reality for our community. So thank you so much, and I will let you say a few words.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Rosario, before I start my comments, I want to have someone introduce the class that just walked in. Who's going to do it? All right, come right on down. Yeah, come on down. You raised your hand. Come on down. Come right on down to the mic. Introduce the class. Your timing is great. We're talking about forming a youth commission. Listen, this is one of our future leaders. He raised his hand right away. Oh, you want to come up here with us? Come on, if you want to.
We're third grade Kepler Neighborhood School.
What school?
Kepler Neighborhood School.
Oh, Kepler Neighborhood. All right. Well, thank you. Third grade class.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hi there. How are you? Good to see you guys. All right. You guys are excited to be in City Hall. That is outstanding. Well, listen. We're glad that you guys came to be with us. If you really listen very closely, we are actually right now talking about an item that can affect you in the very near future, an opportunity to be on the Youth Commission in this city. So welcome to the Fresno City Council chambers. We're glad to have you all. Councilman Rosario really summarized, very well what I think what the intent of this ordinance is, and by way of background, I'll just tell you how we came to work on this together. We actually share the same heart on this issue, and I was actually moving in the direction to do a youth council. She was moving in the direction to do a youth council, and luckily we found out about it before we both tried to introduce similar pieces of legislation, and we went out and we talked about it over some coffee one day, and realize, it just makes sense for us to work together on this, because we don't need to do two bills that are doing the same thing. So I thank you for allowing me to collaborate with you. When we talked about it, clearly our goal and intent was the same. So thank you. I am hopeful that our colleagues will support this today. I think it's a great thing for the city of Fresno. Really, we've been trying to figure out how to integrate in a meaningful way the youth voice to this council. There have been various efforts, and there are always efforts that are occurring right now to make sure that the youth voice is heard. But we are confident that this is something that really gives the youth a meaningful stake in the discussion, and it really, for councils to come, is going to force us to listen to them. which really is a good thing. That's what public policy is all about. So with that, I will now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? If so, just come on down to the lectern and state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Espinosa. I live in 1625 Broadway Street in Council President Baines' district. I'm here with the Fresno Boys and Men of Color in support of the Fresno Youth Commission. It's important that the city of Fresno invest in our youth, in youth opportunities. Investing in youth leadership opportunities will shape the future of Fresno and create one healthy Fresno. Fresno youth eagerly wait for an opportunity to engage with you all. I'm for the Fresno Youth Commission, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Come on down, and you can state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Marco Cana, and I live in District 7 in zip code 93703. I'm a constituent of Clinton Olivier. I'm here with Fresno Boys and Men of Color to show support for the Youth Commission. The reasons why is the Youth Commission is important is because it will allow the city to create a space where youth leadership and engagement are encouraged and valued. It will also give the city a great chance to encourage the young leaders of Fresno to grow and make positive changes to create one healthy Fresno. That's why I urge you to vote yes on this Youth Commission.
Come on down, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Cesar Rodriguez, and I live at 463 West Bruce Avenue. That's, I believe, Councilmember Brandau's district. And I am representing Fresno Boys and Men of Color today and in favor of the Youth Commission. And I'm going to speak mostly from personal experience growing up here in Fresno for 20-plus years and seeing the city grow around me. I think it's important for us to connect the past, the present, and the future, and this is one of the rare opportunities that we have to do that. I think some of our youth don't feel like the city is for them, that it wasn't built for them, and I think we see that as they move away, as my friends have moved away to LA, to San Francisco, to some of those larger cities. So as we see this city, the city of Fresno, uniquely positioned to grow, I think we need to grow in a smart way, and I think we need to invest in our young people so that they can build a city and build a city that they want to live in the next few years. This is just one of the easiest ways to streamline this process to make sure that they feel like they're included. Young people really want to listen to their peers. They don't really want to listen to any of the of us old people kind of tell them what's best for them. They want to make sure that they have the authority and the power to make up the rules as they see fit for the world that they see fit. So I'd like to finish by just really expressing extreme favor for the Youth Commission and making sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to the young people that we're really working for. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Come on down. State your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. Oh, my name is Sherma. I live at 2219 South Winery Avenue, Fresno, 93725, I believe in District 5. Good morning, Council President, and good morning, Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I work for the Fresno Center for New Americans, and I am here to speak for the Fresno Youth Commission. I want to speak from personal experience about my experience in government. When I was a 15-year-old in 2001, at the end of my sophomore year at Edison High School, I had the opportunity to attend a 6-week summer program at Stanford University. American government and politics was the focus of this program. It was a profound experience. On my first government exam, I got an F. Up to that point, I was a straight A student. For my term paper, I analyzed congressional subcommittee hearings from the U.S. Congress through the lens of theories that I learned in this class. For that paper, I got an A-. It's needless to say, this was a complete 180, going in and know nothing about government, but coming out with an insight about government and politics. It fundamentally changed the way I looked at government. Moreover, I had the opportunity to debate and engage in national policies, like energy independence, at the time was drilling in the Alaskan wilderness, and like national defense, At the time, it was the missile defense system. These were a regular part of the curriculum. These courses, these debates enabled me to find my voice. It showed me that I had a role in government and that I had a responsibility to engage in policy and policy making. The opportunity to attend this program would not have come about had it not been for my history teacher who flagged this program for me, for the donors and sponsors. The program cost $3,100, more than twice what my parents made at that time. But I campaigned and I fundraised, $20 here, $200 there, and $500 from a teacher until I had enough money to go. This opportunity changed the way I looked at government. I still reflect on it now, fundamentally, just the way I looked at it. And it was an opportunity that was created, and I want to have this opportunity for young people here in Fresno, especially young men and young women of color. I'll end on this. At that camp, there was about 100, maybe 200 students. I was the only Hmong student there, and only one of maybe half a dozen students from the Central Valley. I fully support the Youth Commission. Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I know, right? It's hard to follow that. I'm Amparo Cid with California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation, business address 814 North Van Ness. And I'm here to say thank you to Councilmember Soria and Councilmember Baines for bringing such an important measure today. This ordinance, truly, it's a pleasure to be here with the youth, something that they've been thinking about, very thoughtful and wanting to get involved. We need these pipelines for our young people to have a safe space where they can learn about government, they can learn how the city functions, and they can participate in it. And today I'm here to ask my council member, Mr. Bandu, to please vote aye on this when it does come next week, I believe it'll be. Thank you so much.
What was your name again?
Amparo Cid, and I work for California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation, but my home address is in your district.
Perfect, thank you.
So I'm hopeful for your support. Thank you so much.
All right, come and state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council. I'm glad to be here today. My name is Miguel Bebanco. My address is 3777 East Tyler. If I'm not mistaken, that puts me with Olivier as my representative, so I'm glad to be here. What I'm here to talk about is my support for the Fresno Youth Commission and how support for the Fresno Youth Commission is support for investment in youth, support for the future. I think that this is an idea that, you know, Oliver and Esmeralda will say is theirs, but really came from the youth voice and from the youth work happening here in Fresno. And it's because of the work that we've put in here, advocating for ourselves in multiple avenues, that we've had this come up here. And I think this is a manifestation of the will of the people. And obviously, we want to see that investment happen, not just for our city, but more importantly for the future of our city, which is our youth. I am honored here. I am amazed that this is an opportunity that is presented for our city, and I want to make sure that continuing forward, that we are accountable to our people. We are accountable to our young people, especially with this project, in that it should be transparent, it should be accessible, and it should be something that the youth utilize and receive some benefit from. Oftentimes, you know, we say we are working hard for you young people, but we notice things like having meetings at 8:30 where a lot of young people are unable to meet because they have school. So continuing forward, not thinking about the convenience for everyone here, but for the young people, because that's who we're working for. We are serving them. And I'm glad that this is coming up for votes, and I'm hoping that everyone here finds it in their heart to invest in our future, invest in our young people, and invest in Fresno. Thank you for your time.
Come down, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Socorro Santiago, Executive Director for Fresno Barrios Unidos, and I'm here in support of Youth Council. You know, for years, our organization has worked with youth. We have peer health educators, promotores de salud. We have youth that work in our advocacy work. We have youth that, do outreach. We have found that youth are a gold mine, intelligent human beings, willing and passionate. And if anything, this youth council would be an incredible asset to the city to really bring some ideas that are out of the box, because as much as, as we get older, we want to think that we're still hip and hop and we're cool. We're not always that capable of creating a space that is inclusive of youth. And to have youth, to have fresh ideas and passion will be an asset to the city, and us being very strategic as we move forward in creating a city that's inclusive of youth. For many years, for a long time, youth have been viewed as the problem, not recognizing that actually there is strength in having them around and working with them. And so, as Miguel mentioned, as we move forward, not just creating something for the sake of saying, hey, Fresno has a youth council, but really saying, hey, we have a youth council that works hand in hand with the rest of the city in creating a city that is quality, that is, inclusive and appreciative of all. And to be true to this council, I hope that you vote to create it, that it is a place that the youth truly feel that they have something, they have a voice, and that these voices are heard. So I urge each and one of you to support this, because in supporting your youth, you're supporting tomorrow. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that Councilmember Quintero leaned over and told me that he is still cool, but supports everything he said, but he is still cool. All right, come on down. State your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Lucio Avila, and I live in District 4. I'm representing Centro La Familia Advocacy Services, and I'm here just to show my support for the Youth Commission. I truly believe in empowering the youth, and I hope you guys do vote on it. Thank you.
Come on down, state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Venice Curry. I live at 312 West Valencia, Fresno, California. I am in District 3. And I just rise to say I support wholeheartedly the efforts primarily of our youth, because this is their idea and this is really a result of their work. And so I applaud the fact that they had an idea, that they worked until it came to fruition. I also thank the council members who have been on board and have been supportive. And I would just say, as a former teacher, as a resident of West Fresno, and as a medical professional, that the youth development and the ability for young people to lead and to be shown that there is a way for them to be productive citizens is really what we're all focused on, ideally. And what we know and what I've seen from working with young people is that they are phenomenal, that they have amazing talent, they have fantastic ideas, and they have limitless energy. And it is up to us to support the efforts and support the ideas that they have, about how to invest in them and how to give them the best opportunity to succeed. So I absolutely support the Youth Commission, and I look forward to it representing the young people that have brought the idea forth. And that is young people of color, young people who are in situations where maybe they don't have every advantage, but they have brilliant ideas and they need a forum. So I'm hoping that this is the forum where they grow and blossom and become the citizens that we all know they are capable of being, and that someday they are sitting up here as elected officials. That is my hope. Thank you very much, and please support them.
One down, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Steve Tao. I'm the program manager for the No Youth Media. I reside in District 4. My neighbors are still waiting for a park. But anyway, that's another issue for another day. I have been all over the world in 40 different countries and lived in four major cities. But I have been in this position working with young people in the last 6 months. And I tell you what, in my travels of 40 different countries, I have learned more in the 6 months with young people than in the past. So I encourage you to listen to the young people and also take their wisdom and also take their youthful voices and move forward that and also implement that into policy. I definitely support this resolution and hope that everyone on the council will support this initiative also. And Councilman Soria, we have an excellent article about you in our newspaper, which we will send to you soon. Thank you.
All right. All right. Looks like we don't have any further public comment. I'll now bring this item back to the dais. We have Councilmember Brandow.
Thanks, Council President. I want to thank my colleagues for working together and bringing this to the forefront. I think it's probably long overdue, so very good work. In my district, a couple different people spoke. Cesar spoke and Amparo spoke, and I wanted to let you both know that I'm supporting this for sure. And I would love to have individual meetings with the two of you to get some of your concepts and ideas about youth leadership. But Francisco, who was the first one to speak today, used the quote that I think everybody else really repeated in a lot of ways, investing in Fresno's youth. And so I see this as an opportunity to do just that. So I'll be very supportive today. That's it.
Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, I'll be supporting it. And I recall, I guess, even way back then, Karen Humphrey had appointed a youth commission, and Sarah will remember that, and as well as Jim Patterson. And so, looking forward to having another commission. And just for the record, our own Renee Smith was appointed to that commission by Dale Doig at that time. What year was that? You don't have to say. So she has experience. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sal is our resident historian as well. So, Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. And I, too, would be supporting this. It's long overdue. I'm glad you all brought it forward. And we will move forward with this. And the two fellows from my district, I've got cards here with my cell number on it. So we need to have some discussions. And we'll go to Vinland Park, Melody Park, and Cary Park and show you what we're doing there. Thanks.
Councilmember Brand.
About 20 years ago, I was appointed by Councilmember Quintero.
That was a bad appointment.
Now, look where I'm at now. Anyway, I want to thank my colleagues for the thoughtful process to engage our youth, which demographically are all the old guys are fading away, and you guys are up and coming. You're the future leaders. You're the future policymakers. The better you get to understand city government, the better we're all going to be in the future when you have to take care of us. Thank you.
Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. Very pleased with your presentation. Very happy to support today. Thank you.
All right. I will make my really quick final remarks and just want to thank all the support of my colleagues. I totally I'm excited that we have what sounds like unanimous support on this issue. I think we're always trying to find ways to invest in our youth, and those opportunities that when they come to us, I'm glad that we're trying to seize them. I neglected to mention earlier that worked very closely with the My Brother's Keeper initiative, and obviously this is a big part of their platform as well. So we are keeping consistent with really national outlook on how to engage youth as well. So, Councilmember Story, would you like to make the motion? And I will be happy to second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. We will now move to our 10:15 hearing pertaining to the vacation of a portion of public rights-of-way at the northeast corner of North Blackstone and East Shields. If we have staff here for that.
Good morning, City Council. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. Staff recommends that the City Council conduct the required public hearing and at the close of the public hearing, adopt a resolution ordering the vacation of a portion of the street right-of-way at the northeast corner of Blackstone and Shields Avenue, adjacent to Manchester Center. We're also recommending that the City Council approve a purchase and sale agreement to transfer the excess right-of-way to Omninet Properties, Manchester Center, in exchange for construction of certain temporary and permanent street improvements. This request comes to you from Manchester Center. It's part of their overall master plan. They've proposed this vacation to eliminate the dedicated right turn lane that's no longer functionally necessary. As part of a project that the city has, a capital project to improve the intersection, the sweeping free right turn would be eliminated, in the future. So it's right-of-way that's no longer needed. We're recommending at this time that you vacate that right-of-way and transfer it to Manchester Center. We do need to have a public hearing, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the dais? Okay, let's take it out to the public. Anyone out there from our community who'd like to step forward and make a comment or two about this? Please come forward and give us your name and address.
Morning, Council. My name is Mo Bagunu. I'm the General Manager at Manchester Center, and I want to thank the staff from the city for all the work that they've done. They've been fantastic in working with us in these plans for the vacation. Thank Councilman Olivier for all of his help, and we really appreciate and think that this corner will be safer for access for Manchester and for the things that we have planned for the shopping center. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public like to come forward and make a comment or two? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brandau.
Well, point of order. It's a 7th District project.
I didn't see that you're punched up. Sorry, Councilmember.
Oh, no, quite all right. I just wanted to
Go ahead.
introduce it. So, yes, this is something that has been quite a while in coming. Had to get our ducks in a row, especially with the folks from OmniNet. We couldn't have a finer group of individuals to do business with. This is a group of people who are willing to put their money where their mouth is and actually make a private capital investment in the center of Fresno. The location couldn't be better. Manchester Center is so easy to get to off Highway 41, off Ashland, which is a major bus route, off of Shields, which is a major bus route, and of course the Manchester Transit Center is there. City of Fresno, and thanks to the administration, City Manager Rudd especially, is going to also step forward. We're providing more security at Manchester Transit Center. We've recognized that there's an issue there. We want to fix that with stepped-up patrols and more resources in the Fort Miller Middle School area. So the City of Fresno is definitely very committed to seeing this part of the Blackstone Corridor and really all of it revitalized. But like I always say, we can't do it because we're the City of Fresno. We can't do it alone. We don't have the money to take on something like this, and that's where our private investors and private landowners come into place. And so OmniNet is committed to really bringing Manchester back to its former glory. I know they're working so hard around the clock to find new tenants and new clients and start rolling those out. I'm expecting big announcements and big things from them. But this is the first step. Basically, what we're doing is we're going to give that land back to Manchester Center, and then they're going to improve it and turn it from what is currently, I guess, parking lot on that little speed corner where you have to yield and not stop. So we're going to give that back to them. Then they're going to do the improvements to make it a proper right turn. As you're coming, say you're headed west on Shields, you get off the 41, you're headed west on Shields, you have to currently just zip through that corner and yield. I know it's 1950s design. It's unsafe. I've seen accidents out there as people don't know what to do. It's not unsafe. Well, you know what? I was waving a sign there. I was waving a sign on the traffic engineer says it's not unsafe. He's probably right. But I was standing on the median waving a sign, and some lady stopped to wave, and the car hit her, and it was awful. And so the day that I was there, that moment, I felt very unsafe. So anyway, it's not going to be unsafe anymore to me because what did I step in it, huh? And because they're going to make it the proper right turn, and then the city's going to come in and we're going to do the other three. This is important. It's the only intersection like this in the entire city, so it'll be good to see it gone and something better put in. And then it's off to the races as OmniNet goes out and solicits new clients. Very excited about this. I can answer questions for you. City staff can answer questions for you, Mr. Mosier, and then also the folks from Manchester can answer questions for you. But very pleased that this is occurring, that it's coming forward, and I urge your yes vote.
Thank you for that,
Capriolo,
lengthy.
did you have any?
Thank you. Thanks for that lengthy explanation. And as your attorney, you may end up a defendant in that lawsuit. If so, you have the right to remain silent. Thank you. I think, thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Brandow.
Andrew, I just had a couple quick questions. Some of them were answered from Councilman Olivier's comments. So, are all four corners of that intersection have that sweeping curve?
They do, and those will all be removed with our project.
And on this corner, so this is the northeast corner, is going to back to Manchester. Is that correct? And then are we doing similar for the other three corners? Are they going to...
Remember, there's canal on two of the corners, so there's not an adjoiner to vacate it to. But on the one corner, I think used to be a donut shop. I guess it's still the donut shop. That would be vacated back to the adjoiner.
Vacated. Oh,
and then the project involves installing left turn lanes on Shields. Really the eastbound and westbound approaches of Shields have a really heavy left turn movement. So we're putting dual left turns there. Also allow for U-turns on those corners. You can't presently make a U-turn, so we're widening the road, but we're eliminating those free right turns to better accommodate the Shields Avenue traffic.
See, and what was the time frame for this work?
You know, we're working through the grant process. I think we're still at least a year away from starting the project, but Manchester will do their work ahead of that, and they'll put in permanent improvements and then a little bit of temporary improvements until we can complete our project. So what you see, what they complete won't be the permanent. Part of it's temporary.
All right. Thanks for the presentation, Andrew.
Right. Have we been out to the public on this? All right. Councilmember Olivier, this is your district. Did you make a motion yet? Are you going to make a motion?
Oh, yes. Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item carries 7-0. Thank you. We now move on to our 10:30 a.m. item, hearing to consider rezone application number R-13-010. If we have staff here for that.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. Mackenzie Contreras of the Development and Resource Management Department. This morning you're considering rezone R1310 and the related North Cherry number 3 reorganization and its related environmental finding. Staff has nothing to add to the report. However, staff has prepared a presentation if you wish to have me present. If not, staff is here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. This is in my district. I make a motion to approve this item. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. We will now move on to item 3B, a resolution establishing the Capital Project Oversight Board, the City of Fresno. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brand, you're up. 3B.
Thank you. This is a follow-up from two items that both myself and Councilman Olivier did back with the Capital Oversight Board, and was also followed up by the Construction Management Act, where we will have the council select each member one person in the construction-related field. That would be a contractor, engineer, an attorney, finance person, to serve on a board that will oversee major capital projects exceeding $10 million on the City of Fresno. So it basically offers third-party oversight, which I think is needed. And I don't know if you want to add anything that. So I make a motion that we approve this item to start to, and the mayor will get two selections. Thank you.
All right, we've had a motion and a second. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do you have any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. We have Councilmember Soria.
So I have a couple questions and comments that I wanted to make. So as I understand in the creation of this oversight board, it seems like we're just limiting ourselves to private individuals or individuals that have private experience. But I do believe there's value and potential folks that work in the public sector, excluding, I think, the city. So I think looking at folks that may work for Caltrans or other public entities that also have experience in working in big capital projects would be valuable. So I do believe that there's value in diversity of perspectives. I know the last time that we had this discussion back in February, which I think began the discussion of creating this oversight committee, I did bring up the issue, and I believe that the mayor was supportive. She also wanted to see other folks that maybe were public, just public individuals. I, again, do believe that there is value in having people from the general public that don't necessarily have, the expertise. Having one or two folks from the general public, I think, is valuable. Many of us up here don't have the expertise on these projects or other issues, and we vote on issues every other week or every week that we're not experts on. So I do think that there's some value in thinking and being inclusive of these diverse perspectives. So I get that looking at the private sector and their expertise, but I think that we should consider maybe adding folks that do work in the public, excluding city folks, which I think that there's language there, right, that points specifically to that. So I don't know if you would be open to, or I would propose to amend to include that that some of these board members can have public or can be from the public. And so I don't know,
Council, if I could clarify. First of all, this resolution says that it requires private sector experience, but it could be a current public sector employee.
So it could be. Okay,
yes.
so then.
And these qualifications are already approved in the existing acts. This is repeating what council already approved.
Okay. So it does. I just wanted to make sure, because at least on its face, as I read it, it seemed like it was just our target was private sector individuals.
It requires private sector experience, but that doesn't eliminate current public sector employees,
well,
except for city employees.
And I still have an issue with that, because there may be an employee who has worked for Caltrans for 20 plus years that may be valuable to a project that is as big as some of the projects that would be overseen by this committee. So if we could clarify that, that would be my proposed amendment, to ensure that people that work in the public sector but may not have that private experience could also be eligible. I would actually like to be able to appoint someone, because I have an appointment that has that experience.
On the original act, the exclusion was not necessarily for somebody who had worked in the public sector. What comes to mind, Martin McIntyre, for example, was the former Public Works Director. Obviously had extensive experience in large capital projects. So I don't think there's an exclusion. The only exclusion would be they can't be a current city employee. So if they possess, whether like a Martin McIntyre from engineering background or construction background, I don't think there's an exclusion. So, City Attorney, I think that's the way it was written. That was the way it was intended to be written. So, if it needs an amendment, I'm okay with the deal that a public sector person who has the equivalent experience, but not working for the city, could serve on the board. Because the purpose is to get experts out there, whether it's from the public sector or the private sector.
We could make the amendment after council approves it that says private or public sector experience.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think with the exception that a current city employee could not serve on it. Okay.
All right. Do we want to have that framed in the motion, please?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Soria.
So I move to include that. If you can read the language.
I think Councilmember Brand is making that a part of his act now.
So we don't need a motion?
That's correct.
All
the
right.
motion to approve would include that amendment.
All right, very good. So we already have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. We will now have our 1045 item. We have scheduled communication, appearance by Jose Barraza from the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
President Baines, members of the council. My name is Jose Leon Barraza, and with me is Pastor Juan Saavedra. We're here to talk to you about the need for more parks and soccer fields in South Fresno. The results of several national surveys that compare park expenditures of the largest cities in the USA, the city of Fresno continues to appear at the bottom of that list of those surveys because the funding of parks has not been a high priority for our city. Within the city of Fresno, North Fresno has 4.62 acres per thousand residents of city parks, whereas South Fresno has only 1.02 acres per thousand residents in South Fresno. At this point, we feel that our needs that there needs to be a vision and strategy on the part of the city of Fresno to address the discrepancies between the North and the South. We need to copy the success of other cities that have plenty of parks and soccer fields. Even in our own valley, smaller cities, go check to see what they're doing. Why don't we do the same things? Why is it that those cities are able to fund the construction and maintenance of parks and our city cannot? We ask that you take the first step to demonstrate your commitment to address this important need, and that you fund the update of the city's park master plan as you promised during the general plan hearings. And we also ask you that you fund the initial cost of a regional park and soccer fields in South Fresno.
10 years ago, the USDA transferred land through the National Park Service to the city of Fresno, 48 acres, which is what's on your item. Over 10 years ago. That land has gone to waste. The buildings on it are a travesty. We talk to people in the city, and there's no money. $5.8 million that the city boasts about going to invest in parks. And South Fresno is left out in the cold. That's how we feel about it. That's our experience. 10 years out of a 16-year administration, that's a lack of imagination, a lack of commitment, a lack of creativity. You know, today at 3 p.m., we invite whoever would like to come across the street and hear what the people are interested in seeing in South Fresno. We'll be having a rally out there. I invite you all to come. Thank you.
All right. We have a couple of council members out punched up. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the group for their comments today. Appreciate it. However, I'll reserve my comments on this scheduled communications item during the budget deliberations and move forward at that time. And we'll have this discussion then. So thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember
And
Brand.
it'll be during the Parks Department budget.
All right, great. Councilmember Brand.
First, I want to thank the people behind this to bring it forward to our attention. I don't think anybody's going to argue that the city of Fresno has a long way to go on parks as well as many other things. And I've seen the same reports that consistently rank Fresno at the bottom of the list. Having been here going on 7 years, I can tell you, going through the deepest and darkest days of our financial history, that it's been a struggle is to keep us afloat and out of bankruptcy. And we have succeeded through a lot of difficult decisions to come out of that bankruptcy, and never get there. And we're starting to recover our economy. And I know the $5.8 million may not seem like a lot of money, but when you add literally millions and millions of dollars that are needed, and I'm not talking about hiring police and fire and parks workers and public works and all the stuff, just on infrastructure alone, from streets to facilities, and there's just where do you start and where do you end? So we have to find the judgment here to allocate these money in the most effective ways, because, you know, the parks are just part of a more pervasive social economic issues here of high poverty, high unemployment, high dropout rate. And it's just one of the potential solutions that must be used in conjunction with many more. And our park system itself, myself and Member Capriolio last fall did the Water Conservation Act, and part of that act was identifying the deplorable condition of our parks, not just because of the drought, but primarily a lack of money. There's with Woodward Park, Roding Park, all over the city, we're struggling just to keep these existing parks going, and I still don't have the actual figures, but I'm estimating that the figures just to renovate our existing parks are in the millions of dollars, because it does no good to, have a park that you can't maintain and it's a viable entity for the city. I will defer a lot of comments, like Member Quintero said, to the meeting next week, that we will specifically discuss the parks budget, and I will make some very detailed comments regarding statistical representations about where the parks acres are in North Fresno and South Fresno. But again, nobody's going to argue the need to have a dialogue with our community stakeholders to improve this, to make this a better city. And again, a key component of that discussion will be on the parks. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
I also want to thank folks for the comments and the information provided and their request. Again, just like my council colleagues, I will be talking more in depth next week. I believe it's Tuesday when we'll be going over funding for parks. Agreed with my council colleagues, along with the community. There is a need that needs to be addressed here in our community. So I look forward to continue having the conversations with the various folks from our community, different stakeholders, and the residents. I know that I've heard time and time again in the last few months at community meetings where we've had discussions about what are important to the residents, and the residents, I know west of the 99, really want parks. I am thankful that we will be getting a new park west of the 99, the universally accessible park, which is going to be great. But that's just one park, and there is still a huge need in that side of town, and other areas in my district. So I look forward to continue having the conversation and debate over the next few days, and specifically on Tuesday, when we will try to hone down as to what is our investments this next budget as to parks and to our community. So thank you for bringing forth your request and your information.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to item 3C. It's a bill for introduction. I'm bringing this bill, and it's a very early, council colleagues, it's actually really simple. Greg's going to do our staff.
Hey, you were doing a great job there presenting your bill.
Yeah, it's really simple, and if you have any questions, we can provide some further technical background, but really simply is just to make sure that all of our boards, commissions are complying with the Brown Act like we do. It's really a posting issue. So, Greg, you want to give me further background?
I just want to thank the city clerk and the city attorney for working with us on this. Again, this is really about making sure we are in complete compliance and having one person that is at that control point to make sure the necessary documents are posted in the proper locations. In addition to that, and as the staff report mentions, in working with the clerk and the administration, we've also purchased a new kiosk that will be installed in the next week or so downstairs that will also provide secure location for our external posting that will be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I'm here for your questions if you have any, and we ask for your aye vote.
We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. I'll make a motion to approve this item. Second. All right, it's been motioned and second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We will now move on to our 11 o'clock number 1 item, a workshop relating to housing and urban development, City Manager's Office and DARM.
Good morning, Council President, members of the City Council, Jennifer Clark, Director, Development and Resource Management. A few weeks ago, we presented the proposed consolidated plan, which is the 5-year goal-setting document for our federal formula programs and from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. At that time, you expressed an interest in a workshop regarding the HUD programs, current project status, and the plans to be adopted. This morning, our presentation will consist of the following information. First, we will provide you with a summary of performance on the first 4 years of the 2010 to 2014 consolidated plan. We are in our last year, so we do not have final numbers at this time. However, we have, through the CON-Plan process, identified some challenges in implementing our programs. During the presentation, we will be presenting some solutions we have formed to address these challenges. Some of the solutions are currently being implemented, and some will be implemented over the next 60, 90, and 120 days. During each of the individual federal program discussions, we will bring you information on the period 2014 to 2015, the 5th year of the CON-Plan, our current annual action plan year, and provide you with highlights on activities that are currently underway. We will discuss the implementation actions to be taken now and over the next year to ensure improved communications and program operations. During the consolidated plan process, we heard from the public that they wanted to see how our programs were doing, where the resources were being spent, and outcomes of the work. And while the Consolidated Annual Performance Report, or CAPER, is the primary tool or document that's prepared and published each September, it appears from our conversations with the public that this document does not provide the information in a way that is easy to understand or is in a place that's easy to access. You will hear a little more about the CAPER in a few minutes, but essentially the document reports on the progress made during the prior fiscal year toward meeting the goals of the consolidated plan and the uses of the resources during that period. So I thought it might be helpful to highlight some of the accomplishments from the first 4 CAPERs of the 2010 to 14 consolidated plan. The 2010-14 CON plan had 7 objectives: to increase the availability of decent housing, to increase the affordability of decent housing, to increase the accessibility to decent housing, to increase accessibility to a suitable living environment, to increase the availability and accessibility of economic opportunities, sustainability of a suitable living environment, and sustainability of decent housing. To this end, the city has utilized a combination of federal HUD resources along with local, state, and other federal programs to accomplish a large number of activities. In some cases, there were more non-federal resources used than federal. But since it is not tracked in the CAPER, we haven't told the whole story. Here are some notable accomplishments that fully meet the objectives of the 2010-14 Consolidated Plan. The HOME program leveraged the construction or rehabilitation of over 1,000 affordable rental units. The Community Revitalization Team evaluated over 20,000 housing units for suitable living environment. The Graffiti Team removed and abated over 56,000 incidents of graffiti in low-income neighborhoods. The Senior Meal Program served an average of 1,500 seniors, ranging from 700 to 2,200 individual seniors per year over the 4-year period. The Parks After School Program served over 1,800 youth in daily programs at 11 sites, recently expanded to Saturday programs. The programs leveraged the construction of 19 single-family homes with nonprofit partners, provided rehab assistance to 161 homeowners through a wide range of repair and rehabilitation programs. And with federal program funds alone, improved over 30 segments of streets, including improvements to sidewalks and ADA ramps, which does not include additional neighborhood street improvements funded with other local tax measures, general fund, or grants. Additional accomplishments that are noteworthy include the community collaborations that have proliferated in recent years. Reduction in homelessness over the past 2 years of more than 50%. Partnerships with community-based organizations to keep all the city's community centers open to the public. Grants to fund major and minor park facility and community center improvements, and the opening of a brand new park in a low-income neighborhood. All of these accomplishments are part of the city's efforts to support and sustain low-income neighborhoods. So where have we encountered challenges? These have been identified as part of our evaluation of past performance and our opportunities to improve not only service levels, but our communication with the public. We will speak to the solutions throughout the remainder of the presentation. But first, I'd like to go through each of the challenges that we have identified so far. First, contracting. Many of our programs require contracting with outside entities, nonprofits, other public agencies, private rehabilitation contractors, but our systems are not set up to protect, but our systems that are set up to protect the investment are onerous and challenging to small rehab contractors and nonprofits in particular. These programs are an opportunity to provide economic benefit to our residents as well as to improve the living environment. You will notice that a number of items listed here go back to communication and telling the story. We have not done a good job of providing clear information about our programs to the public. This includes the availability of assistance as well as the opportunity to provide input on programming. We have also identified that some of our internal program guidelines are preventing some potential customers from accessing the services that they need. Whether this is a geographic barrier or a financial barrier, our program guidelines have been a barrier to improved performance. A number of our programs are operated by subrecipients, including target area rehab programs, homeless programs, and affordable housing programs. The communication on changes in regulations, clear guidance, and continuous check-ins has not been consistent. This inconsistency has allowed some programs to fall behind. We have identified organizational capacity as lacking both internally and externally. You asked on a number of occasions, how can we attract more nonprofit housing developers? How can we build capacity? Currently, there is only one CHODO, and very few entities have the capacity to access low-income housing tax credits or the financial depth to access capital. Additionally, internally, we have limited staff with a very shallow bench, typically one person per program area. There is an opportunity for us to diversify externally and internally. Again, communication. I can't stress this enough. Providing good, clear information on what has been accomplished, what is being accomplished, what is left to do, and what challenges we are encountering has been limited at best. We have not told the story. And lastly, while we have relied on the federal tools to manage and monitor progress, it isn't enough. You will hear later in the presentation how staff will be using a newly developed tool to have current data available for making decisions. The consolidated plan process has allowed us to take a good look at what we are accomplishing, a lot, even with limited resources, and what our challenges to implementation and performance have been. It has been a very thorough and demanding self-awareness exercise. We recognize that we have plenty of room for improvement and that the process of improving never stops. I would like to introduce Jose Trujillo, Housing Manager. Mr. Trujillo will be presenting his team and outlining solutions to our review of past performance. His team will introduce themselves and give a few highlights of this year and teasers for next year, along with a brief overview of the programs they manage. Mr. Trujillo.
Good morning, Council. I'm Jose Trujillo, and I'm the housing manager for the City of Fresno. I've been the housing manager since February 23rd of this year. It's my pleasure to introduce a couple of key members of my team. First of all, Crystal Smith, who is our business manager overseeing our planning and performance tools, as well as the Community Development Block Grant Fund. You will also hear this morning from project manager Karina Nunez, who supervises our major projects under the Home Partnership Program. As you can see, we have two key positions that are currently vacant. Those positions are a project manager who will administer our rehabilitation and lead programs, and also a project manager who will be assigned to administer our ESG and HOPA programs. We've recently initiated the recruitment process to fill these positions as soon as possible. Crystal.
Good morning, Council. Crystal Smith, Business Manager with Housing and Community Development Division. I'm going to initiate my discussion with you with the Consolidated Plan. As you all are familiar, we came before you May 13th, a couple of weeks ago, with a workshop on the Consolidated Plan. The Consolidated Plan is the city's 5-year strategy that tells us how we're going to guide or expand our federal entitlements to meet the needs of the low to moderate income population, as well as the areas in which they reside. The CON Plan is a planning tool to assess housing, economic, and community development needs. The needs identified in the CON Plan are then used to craft strategies to address these prioritized needs. Those strategies inform the Annual Action Plan. The Annual Action Plan is the funding tool. The Annual Action Plan funds projects, programs, and activities that are developed and implemented to address the strategies created in the CON Plan. The Action Plan provides line item details on projects that are funded. It provides detail on the intended beneficiaries. It establishes the performance goal for that program or project. The City Council adopts each action plan in about May or June of each fiscal year, as well as we come before you throughout the program year with various substantial amendments. The only substantial amendments that may come before you usually come out of the home program, the notice of funds that are available. So we come to you throughout the fiscal year advising you and seeking permission and authority to move forward with various projects that were not initially funded in the Annual Action Plan. The end of year report is called the CAPER, the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. This is a performance tool. The CAPER evaluates the city's progress on addressing the CON Plan strategies, as well as the goals set forth annually in the Action Plan. The document is prepared and due to HUD by September 30th of each fiscal year. And this document is submitted to HUD, at which time they provided an assessment of our goals in reaching our performance in reaching our CON Plan goals. The next topic for me will be the Community Development Block Grant. The CDBG program was established under the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. The primary objective of the program is the development of viable urban communities by providing decent housing and a suitable living environment and expanding economic opportunities principally for persons of low and moderate income. Eligible types of CDBG activities are public services, which are capped at 15% of the entitlement. Another category is acquisition, disposition, clearance, and relocation activities. We can implement economic development, housing rehabilitation, public facility and infrastructure improvements, as well as planning and administrative activities, which are capped at 20% of the entitlement. Currently, the City of Fresno does employ public service, use CDBG for public services. We're providing funding to after-school programs, which serve over 1,100 unduplicated school-age children. We have senior hot meals programs that are implemented by the Parks program as well, serving over 1,200 unduplicated seniors. We have housing programs where seniors' homes are being painted. We're also implementing low-income distress grant programs to assist with health and safety violations for low-moderate income persons. The graffiti program, as the director stated, serves and addresses over 31,000 incidents throughout the city during the last program year. Currently, in this fiscal year, the city is remodeling and making improvement at 8 various parks. As well as we have over 400 homes that are being impacted by various neighborhood street improvements that are underway with the City of Fresno, currently funded with CDBG. We propose similar activities for fiscal year 2016 with an addition, though, of the Southwest Pacific Plan. And as you can see, some of the activities actually carry over multi-years. CDBG does not have a requirement, an expiring fund requirement. what they have is a timeliness requirement. So it's okay for projects to carry over multiple years, such as capital projects or planning documents. As I said, CDBG does not have an expenditure requirement. However, we do need to maintain the timely delivery of programs and projects to ensure that we're progressing on meeting our consolidated plan goals and not tying up valuable resources. Thank you for your time, and I will hand this back to the director, who will discuss the home program with you.
So a little bit about the HOME program. The HOME program, or Home Investment Partnerships Act, was authorized in 1990 by the National Affordable Housing Act, NAHA, which also notably initiated the CHAS, or the Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy data that you will find in the Consolidated Plan, and then, as amended, the format of the Consolidated Plan as you see today. HOME differs from CDBG in that it is primarily used to improve access to affordable housing through new construction, rehabilitation, and acquisition programs. The city uses its HOME funds for activities such as our partnerships with Habitat for Humanity, our only CHODO community housing development organization, and multifamily developers. It can be used for major rehabilitation of homeowner housing, as we were proposing in the next fiscal year. Typically, home projects are identified during the first fiscal year of award and are committed by the jurisdiction. Over the next year, contracts are developed and authorized. Work is then completed in the last 2 years of the home funding cycle. Projects are generally multi-year in nature, such as the currently constructing Fultonia project, our Habitat new construction programs, and the targeted area rehab program currently underway. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Nunez to discuss specific home major projects, such as multifamily and single-family programs.
Good morning, Council. Karina Nunez, Project Manager, Housing Division. As stated earlier by the DARM Director, the City receives an annual allocation of HUD Home Program funds to strengthen public and private partnerships and to expand the supply of decent, safe, sanitary, and affordable housing with primary attention to rental housing for very low and low-income families. Each year, the City releases a Notice of Funding Availability for projects that consist of major rehabilitation or new construction of affordable housing. The applications go through preliminary underwriting, are reviewed by a selection team, and then placed in a priority order. After staff makes its initial recommendation, the applications are further reviewed by city management and/or the mayor's office. Once a project is selected, the application goes through final underwriting and an environmental assessment. The project is then presented to HCDC for recommendation and then council for final approval. Immediately after approval, the developer enters into a home program agreement and the project is underway. Usually projects consist of or are completed within 1 to 2 years. To date, the city has funded 35 new construction and major rehabilitation projects, assisted with the creation and preservation of 2,192 units, leveraged over $100 million in low-income housing tax credits, provided over $44 million in home subsidy, with a total of over $340 million in private-public investment. For fiscal year 2014-2015, completed rehabilitation of the Cedar Court Apartments and Inyo Terrace Apartments, completed rehabilitation of the Viking Village Apartments, completed 386 North Park single-family rehabilitation project. Sierra Gateway Senior Residence 2 had its grand opening ceremony. City View Droge had its grand opening and began new construction of Fultonia West Apartments and Cedar Heights Apartments. Proposed projects for 2015-2016, single-family housing on Lotus Avenue and Effie Street, rehabilitation of an existing 20-unit apartment complex on Calaveras in the Lowell area, and new construction of 20 units on North Glen in the Lowell area. So I went back to 2011, and I'll give you a list of projects that were completed. Park Grove Commons, Phase 2, 215 units. Arbor Court, 20 units. 330 North Van Ness, 20 units. In 2012, completed the Renaissance at Santa Clara, 70 units. In 2013, completed single-family Garrett Street houses, 2 units. In 2014, Sierra Gateway 2 was completed, 68 units. The Bridges at Florence was completed, 34 units. Park Grove Commons Northwest, 147 units. And Plaza Mendoza, 132 units. For 2015, Viking Village was completed, 40 units. Cedar Courts, 149 units. Inyo Terrace, 44 units. 3-6 North Park, 1 unit. Laval and Belgravia, 9 units. And then Droge or City View, 45 units. Along with underwriting criteria for the projects, we have a list of just some other priorities we require of projects that come through for review, such as leveraging city home program funds, generating additional revitalization or investment in the community, developers or investors that are locally headquartered here in Fresno, projects that encourage economic integration of neighborhoods, projects that are adaptive reuse of historic buildings, is an infill development, is on a major transportation corridor, creates local jobs and or training opportunities, is in close proximity to amenities such as grocery stores, banks, and the like. The project is ready to go. It has a square foot cost that is indicative to the type of construction project, and the developer has the experience and capacity dealing with federal funding. And I'd like to just give you an idea of the incomes that one might have if they were looking to occupy one of these units. So for a family of 4, the maximum would be $45,500 per year, so approximately $3,700 per month for a family of 4. To give you some idea about the rents, a 2-bedroom would be between $652 and $826. A 3-bedroom would be between $753 and $945. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
I'll now provide you with an overview of the 4 rehabilitation programs that we oversee here in the city and the funding sources that they come from. The first 3 are the funding sources are community development block grant funds. The first program is the Distressed Property Grant Fund, which is a citywide program and provides a grant of up to $15,000 to low-income households to repair health and safety violations identified through code enforcement infraction. We recently completed 1 project and have 1 project in the pre-construction phase. And when I speak about the pre-construction phase, what that is, that's either contacting them by phone, going through their applications, making sure their financials are in order, up through the bid process and into when we actually start seeing some work on the property. The Senior Paint Program, which provides a grant to low-income seniors to paint the exterior of their home. The program is funded through CDBG Fund and is a citywide program. Currently we have 8 projects that are in the pre-construction phase. Our Targeted Area Distress Program, which provides a grant to low-income households to address minor exterior repairs, code violations, health and safety concerns. Assistance is provided in the form of a grant of up to $15,000 to make needed repairs. The city currently maintains a subrecipient agreement with the Fresno County Economic Opportunities Commission to carry out our rehabs. Currently, we have 7 projects in pre-construction phase. And finally, our Targeted Area Rehab Program and its funding source are our home funds, provides assistance in the form of a forgivable loan of up to $65,000 to low-income owner-occupied households for rehabilitation. And we currently have 1 project that's in the pre-construction phase.
The Emergency Solutions Grant Program is one we have discussed on a number of occasions over the past year. This program serves persons and families who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. It is a shift from the prior Emergency Shelter Grant Program, which was focused on emergency and temporary shelter, to a more holistic solution. The city is required to collaborate closely with the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care to establish goals, outcomes, procedures, and evaluation of its programs. This year, we have completed prior year contracts with WestCare and the EOC to provide rapid rehousing programs, and we've begun new contracts with the Marjorie Mason Center for Emergency Shelter, as well as a consortium of WestCare, Turning Point, and the Poverello House to provide a continuum of services, including street outreach, bridge housing, case management, and rapid rehousing. This continuum allows individuals and families to be stabilized in housing first, and then connected to more long-term and transitional solutions, such as permanent supportive housing and tenant-based rental assistance. Upon approval by the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care, the city anticipates releasing a multi-year NOFA this month to allow a continuity of funding for our subrecipient agencies. The actual contracts and activities will return to the City Council for approval. Additionally, there will be a project manager hired to manage the ESG, HOPWA, and TBRA contracts and agreements within the next 30 days. Housing opportunities for persons with AIDS has been HIV and AIDS has been administered by the state on behalf of the City of Fresno for the past several years. The state has limited staff to administer the program across such a large geographic area and has decided not to renew our current agreement. They will complete their current funding for the past cycle, which will allow the city to begin the process of entering into new agreements with subrecipients to provide continuity of services to existing clients. The program is currently serving 47 clients through case management, housing assistance, and other eligible services. This program, like ESG, is administered through subrecipient agreements with service providers such as the Department of Health and the Housing Authority. After approval of the annual action plan, the city will be able to request proposals from service providers. These will return to the City Council in late summer for approval. As stated earlier, there will be one project manager responsible for the administration of these contracts and the program requirements who will be hired within the next 30 days. So as we went back and evaluated our programs, one of the areas that we identified as being a challenge to distribute and provide funding across the community was geographic priorities. And as stated earlier, the consolidated plan process has been a great introspective tool to allow staff to evaluate what is working, what isn't, what worked well but isn't needed any longer, or what can be changed in the next 5 years. Some of the public discussion has revolved around the geographic priority that has been established in evaluating major home project proposals. Ms. Nunez talked about that a little bit earlier. In the 2010 to 2014 consolidated planning period, the city established a priority for projects that were proposed in the neighborhoods surrounding downtown and in the downtown core. This was due to the fact that there existed a concentration of poverty neighborhoods, and there was a concerted effort to protect these neighborhoods and create opportunities for reinvestment. There have been 27 projects, multifamily and single family, completed in those priority areas. As we know, poverty neighborhoods are no longer just in the core of the city, but extend beyond downtown, beyond Shaw to Herndon. In recognition of the movement of blight and poverty, the staff concurs with the public request to remove the geographic priority and will be recommending the removal of this map and the narrative that are contained in the draft consolidated plan that the City Council will review next week. So where is our evaluation process and public participation led? As you have read in the draft consolidated plan that was provided to you in May, the priorities are to address the need to protect and preserve our established neighborhoods, especially those which have a concentration of low to moderate income households. Address the desire and need to continue collaborations with homeless service providers to address chronic homelessness, as well as provide solutions to prevent homelessness. To address the needs of low-income and special needs households through services and programs, and to address the need to reinvest in our established neighborhoods, especially those which have a concentration of low to moderate income households through neighborhood revitalization. So how do these priorities relate to the annual action plan? The consolidated plan provides overarching priorities and goals that are then addressed each year in the annual action plan. The AAP is an implementation tool through budgeting and specific programmatic outcomes. Some examples include new programs to restore established neighborhoods through a citywide homeowner rehab program, through new neighborhood infrastructure improvements, through good planning and policy making, and the new HOPWA program. Examples of programs that will be continued from previous years include rehabilitation programs for specific populations and neighborhoods, continued planning efforts, ongoing neighborhood improvements, services for youth and seniors, crime prevention, rental assistance, and homeless services. So you may ask, how will we implement these programs? How will it be tracked? We identified as one of our challenges early on was our communication, was our ability to communicate to you and to the public how these items would be tracked. And with that, I will turn the program back over to Mr. Trujillo to explain.
For me as the new manager, I really feel this has got to be where my focus is at, what we need to do in the future. And certainly the first thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we have standards that we're performing against. We have the consolidated plan that identifies our goals over a 5-year period. We have our annual action plans that further defines what our goals are going to be for a specific year within that 5-year consolidated plan period. And we have the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, the CAPER, that is basically our report card for the end of the year as how we did for that previous year. So in combination with the annual action plan that we're looking forward for the next year, we should be referring back to the CAPER that we just completed as to how we did the previous year. Another tool which is being handed out right now that we are incorporating, in the process of incorporating in our weekly assessments of how we're doing is the dashboard. Now I believe the dashboard, this is the 10th version. Even as we were printing it up this morning, we recognized that there was additional information we need to place on there. So you probably will see by the time that it's done, we might have a baker's dozen here with versions 11 and 12. Another area that we certainly recognize that we need to improve in is our outreach. We understand that. We know that there are areas that in this area we definitely know we need to improve in today's society. There are a number of ways to communicate with our citizens, and with the number of languages that we have in this community, we know that we need to also address those areas. But even beyond that, in the way that we communicate with the public, I am firmly committed that this division needs to, our outreach and our talking to the public needs to be continuous throughout the year and not prompted because of an event that we have. So those are certainly our goals, to be able to attend community meetings that you may be having in your district, so that we can provide the information of what the housing division has the ability to do if they choose to research one of our programs. We are also reviewing each one of our programs that we administer under our program solutions. As was stated earlier, the change to move from the geographic defined areas and try to provide the programs citywide in more of a citywide across the board, so that we're touching all the areas of our city. I've asked staff to review each one of the programs that they oversee. I'm doing that review with them, and where we can make recommendations to change, and some of those changes are local that we can make here and still maintain the compliance with the HUD and the federal regulations. So that's our goal. An example is taking a look at the grant versus a loan, and understanding that maybe a loan just isn't going to work for a lot of our community members. That maybe a grant it would be better to provide a grant, because again they are less restrictive. We also are looking at our procurement processes. Later on this morning, I believe, or this afternoon, you will be seeing our Section 3 plan. Our Section 3 plan requires that recipients of HUD financial assistance, to the greatest extent possible, provide job training, employment, and contract opportunities for low-income residents in connection with projects and activities in their neighborhoods. We're in the process of reviewing the contracting requirements, in other words, to be certified to conduct business as a contractor with the city. We're currently assessing those requirements with our partners in the finance department, and also, again, with risk management to see where we might be able to reduce, especially some of the insurance requirements. That seems to be a big sticking point with a lot of the contractors that we work with. We will also be providing within the next 90 days a workshop to local contractors with the goal of qualifying them to work with the city on our rehabilitation projects. We recognize the need not only to build our own capacity internally, but also those of partners or people or organizations that we partner with in the city. At the division, what I'm doing now is I'm assessing our staffing needs. Do we need more staff? I think we've already identified 2 positions that we certainly need. Is there work that we can be doing smarter and better, not harder? But again, we certainly have identified the 2 positions, and possibly maybe there might be additional recommendations that I will make to the director later on. But what I really seek to do is to place a firm foundation under the division as we move forward, to do the work that we have to do moving forward, and also to empower them to make sure that they have the tools at hand that they need to do the job well. Another thing that we're going to be focusing on is our own training. We will be focusing in on HUD-specific programs training, either partnering with HUD or outside sources, and also we will be providing internal training provided by each other. Right now, as I think was stated earlier, if I were to lose one person right now in one of my key positions, I'm going to be a little bit behind an 8 ball. So what I'm in the process of doing now is readjusting the division organization, and in time increments, in future increments, possibly a year, possibly a little more than that, is to move personnel around so that we don't have this bank of knowledge in one place and that we're spreading it out throughout the division. We're going to be focusing in on training regarding leadership, ethics, and customer service also. We're also looking to improve the capacity of our community housing development organizations. When I first arrived a few months ago, I know that I was shown a list that had, I believe, 5 to 7 chodos that were on that list. Currently, even though, they're doing a great job, Habitat for Humanity, but they're the only chodo that we're working with right now. What I'm in the process of doing is contacting those chodos that were once on the list and that were certified, identifying where we can help them out to become recertified, but not only that, to identify other chodos out there who may choose to work with us. In the future, we're also striving to increase our participation of minority, disadvantaged, and women-owned businesses through active outreach, whether it's at a community event or we place informational items out there through the media. So this is also an area that we hope to improve on. In closing, as the new division manager, what I'd like to say is this last 3 months, one has been a huge education for me, and every day that I come to work, I learn more and more. I appreciate the assistance and the guidance and recommendations, not only that I've received from my director, but also from my partners, my colleagues, both Crystal, Karina, and Erica Castanado, who is one of our newer program managers. I firmly believe that we're set on a path for improvement. I do believe that we're at the bottom of the hill, but we got a long climb up ahead of us, and it's going to be a tough road, and we understand that. But again, we're prepared for the challenge, and with that, we're prepared to take questions.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn over the initial questions to Councilmember Soria. She's the council member that asked for the workshop. So, Councilmember Soria, you're up first.
So I want to thank Jennifer and the entire staff for putting all this work. I know that over the course of, a series of weeks, I have been asking questions regarding the program. So I thank you for putting in the work try to extract some information that is valuable to us so that we can understand really how these programs work. And I also want to acknowledge the fact that you guys are being very candid as to the fact that we have a lot of challenges and that there's great opportunity to improve in our programs. And so I'm looking forward to that because I know how important this funding is for these distressed neighborhoods and how valuable they can really be. So just a couple questions that I do want to ask. And I know I've probably asked them before, so want to reiterate them. But before that, in terms of the information that you guys provided, Crystal, some of the projects that were made, and also Karina, I would actually appreciate if we can get that information, because I know that you guys just said it here. They were not part of the PowerPoint presentation, but I think understanding the various programs and seeing what have been the accomplishments, it's great to kind of hear them, but if I don't see them on paper, it's a little bit more challenging. And they may be here, but this is a very complicated matrix, so if you guys can try to outline them and give them to me or maybe you can just go over with me separately some of the things that you guys went over.
I just want to mention that in the dashboard, that was one of the things that we want to include, especially for the council members in their specific districts to be able to identify projects in your district. So in our updates, and this is one of the tools that we want to use in providing you with updates, timely updates. And that's one of the things that we already know that we need to incorporate is specifically projects in the district areas.
And so I know that there was some conversation that I was having with some of my council colleagues as we were listening to the presentation. It seemed, the funding streams, it seems, can be a little bit complicated and can be a little bit over my head in terms of really understanding the intricacies behind them. But I just want to ask a couple questions again in terms of specifically the targeted area rehabilitation program. I had asked one before, and I know that you guys said you guys will improve on the outreach, because right now we don't have them on our website. I think as part of the outreach, it makes sense that we are transparent with our community so that they know what programs are out there. I know currently it seems like your guys' policy is to identify those through code enforcement violations. I think that's a valuable way to do it, but I also believe that if folks out in the community know that there's funds available that they can take advantage of and they can come to us and apply, I think that that's another way that we can improve our outreach. I know that that has been a challenge in getting the funds out. So I would encourage you guys to really promote them on our website, along with some of the other outreach efforts that you guys will have. And I am happy to host something in my district where we also share the information available to the community. Along the lines on this specific program, I know I mentioned last time, because this is the map that you guys have for the targeted areas that the council, previous to me being here, adopted in the last cycle. And I know that there's a portion, and I've highlighted it in blue, that it includes the south or the north end of part of the Tower District, which if you look at this map of my district, it has other areas that are not included in this targeted area. And so I would like to personally see the targeted area either expanded in figuring out how these funds could actually benefit. There's a neighborhood that I know that is in really high, desperate need of some investments by where the Northwest Police substation that we have, which is this neighborhood. There's also the Highway City, which I believe could really take advantage of some of these funds. So I would like to see, and I don't know if that's proposed in your guys' changes, so if you guys can clarify that. Otherwise, in the consolidated plan as we move forward, I would like to see that in order for me to for you guys to have my support in the consolidated plan.
Absolutely. And that was a lot of, we received several public comments regarding our priority area. So we had, in the last consolidated planning period, really taken a look at some really focused, targeted efforts, and those were identified in the last plan. When we created our draft plan, we carried it over into the new plan. Now, we still serve citywide, but we gave priority points to projects that existed in those neighborhoods. What we are proposing going forward in the new consolidated plan is to remove that. So in the red line version that you'll receive with your staff packet with recommendations, for next week's meeting, you'll see that that map and that targeted area priority preference is being removed. So I believe that will address your concerns going forward with the new action plan and the new consolidated plan.
Okay, well, that's good news to hear. And so in our outreach efforts, even though, this targeted map was previously kind of our focus and we would be given priority, we would make sure that it would be all-inclusive.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And so I know that there's various, funding streams, and so I'm trying to really wrap my head around and looking at the chart that you guys provided. So for these home programs, I noticed that there is no total up here. Is there an amount?
That's a combined program year. We're in the process of splitting that out. That actually includes all of the years and the specific projects that are within our current consolidated plan process. But the next iteration, that will be broken out by program year like our ESG programs are on the list, because it's easier to read and because home has a defined project period, so a 4-year cycle. With each year, the funds that are received, you have 4 years in which to completely expend those funds, so it's easier to group them together. So again, as Joe said, this is a living document. It continues to change. I think he was generous in saying it was the 10th version. I think we're probably on 20 or 30 at this point, but we're really trying to get a document that the team can look at on a weekly basis. Where are we? Where are we falling behind? What do we need to do to catch up? And are there any changes we need to come back to this body to make those changes to move our projects forward?
Aside from the targeted area that you guys gave priority to, I know we had previously spoken to some of the other policies or qualifications that qualification criteria that also became an issue. I know that we personally had a constituent that came to us that, could have benefited, but because of some of the criteria currently outlined by the city, they couldn't qualify for the program. So are changes also being made to those?
Yes, right now those changes to the rehab program policies and procedures we are starting those. We anticipate having those completed in the next 30 days so that applicants that were rejected previously can be re-reviewed, and new applications going forward would fall under the new criteria. And again, the intent is to assist those individuals who need the programs the most, and if our program guidelines are set up in such a way it doesn't assist them, then we need to go back and reevaluate our program guidelines.
And just following on that, I know that we had previously had a discussion on loan versus grant, a forgivable loan, and how that sometimes, in our communities and some of these low-income communities, taking up another loan or putting a lien on their home becomes a challenge and a barrier, something that they don't fully understand, therefore they can't take advantage of the benefit. Are we doing some changes to this forgivable loan?
Yes, in particular, that is one of the changes. So there are a couple of changes that are being made. We had some debt-to-income ratios that we were looking at in terms of how much debt an individual who's applying for the program had on their home, and would that increase with any kind of assistance that we provided? Because the last thing we want to do is put somebody who's low income in a cost burdening or severe cost burdening situation. We also looked at loan to value of the property. So in cases where our assistance and the loan on the house exceeded the value of the house, we had some restrictions there as well. And then lastly was the loan versus deferred loan program that we had. There are some affordability requirements in home which will require second or third liens on the property that just require, based on the amount of assistance that's given, we are required by the federal program to secure that. And then there's a calculation if the property is sold within that period, whether or not the funds are paid back. So there's an opportunity to forgive that loan, and it's really deep in the program. It might be behind their primary mortgage loan or behind another loan. Typically, we try and stay in second position, but sometimes we'll take third. But that is an affordability period requirement of the home program. So even if we go to a grant or deferred forgivable loan, it would need to follow that security piece, and that's something that we just need to explain to the applicants.
And maybe in terms of our outreach and education, ensure that folks are able to understand kind of those details. I think are important. To follow on that, I know that currently, at least as I understand in terms of the housing rehab, the maximum amount is $10,000, but with discretion up to $15,000 from the
That's on the distressed property grant program. And then on the rehab program, we're anticipating that the average will be somewhere around $70,000, 60 to $70,000 on the rehab program. Maximum? That fully brings up the home into to existing building code versus the distressed property grant, which is really to fix one or two failing items in the home, like a roof or a foundation, plumbing, electrical.
So there's going to be adjustments, or the amounts right now?
There are two different programs.
Okay. So the rehab and then the
grant. So there was a rehab loan, so the targeted area rehab loan program. We're looking at revising the criteria to allow for more grants or deferred forgivable loans as long as it complies with the federal guidelines, and that's for a full rehab. And that's for individuals who need to bring their house fully up to compliance with code, or who are applying for that because they have too many failing items in the home. The distressed property grant was really intended to take care of one or two specific failing items for homeowners who had a code enforcement action, or who were concerned about a specific failing item and did not have the capacity to either go to the bank and borrow for it, or to pay for that repair themselves.
And so for this latter one that you speak of, the amount is 10, potentially 15 maximum? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes. And then for the former, you said about average
It's
60,
average about 70,000 is our,
70.
yeah.
Okay. But maybe higher?
It could be higher, depending on the level that was needed to bring the house. So for the home program, we're required to fully bring the property or the unit into compliance with the city's building code. So whatever is necessary to do that. So it could range from 40 to 100,000, but we anticipate the average will be somewhere in the $70,000 range.
So again, I know that there's just a lot of different funding streams. So I know that one of the comments made, or the information given about timeline and spending money, CDBG doesn't have a timeline. Can you clarify that?
So you can so projects in CDBG can be multi-year, and there are some really great examples of that locally and nationally. But public infrastructure projects, by the time you do the engineering work, you go out to bid, you actually get under construction, sometimes it's over a year before you get moving. So for CDBG, the major timeliness requirement is that we don't 90 days prior to the start of the new fiscal year. So for us, that would be April 1. We do not have more than 1.5 times our annual allocation sitting in the federal treasury. So that's our timeliness expenditure. And the intent of that is to make sure that we're continuing to expend money. There are a lot of cities nationally that will set aside a certain percentage and not allocate it for the next year, just because they don't know what projects might come up, and then they'll do a substantial amendment to their annual action plan to allocate. So in terms of timeliness on CDBG, that can extend over a period of years. Southwest Pacific Plan, it took us a couple years to get to the point where we had the funding. we're doing our last allocation in this next round. Then we'll be starting an allocation for Southeast specific plan, and that will take a number of years, not only to do the plan, but to get the funding in place to conduct the work. Sometimes infrastructure projects take multiple years to complete. Sometimes they take multiple years worth of funding to complete as well.
And so for the CDBG funds that were allocated on an annual basis, we've been meeting our timeliness deadline?
Right. We meet our timeliness test every year.
Okay. So then now moving to the home funds or the different home programs, where are we that in terms of timeliness? And
home program, so the home program, which was established a number of years ago, has a 4-year expenditure expectation. So the first 2 years, you have to commit the funds within the first 2 years. You could have committed in the first month, but you have to expend it by the end of the 4th year. So with our agreement with HUD, we have 4 years from receipt of the program funds to fully expend those dollars before they would be recaptured. And we are fully in compliance with our timeliness for home as well.
So we have no issue with any of the programs in terms of the timeliness?
So the only timeliness issue that we currently have would be with the Emergency Solutions Grant Program. And as I stated, we are in the process of trying to bring that into compliance by working with our local nonprofit agencies to ensure that we're not providing too much funding all in one lump and then no funding when they really need it the most. To be continuous in that, there are some expectations that it will be spent within a certain period of time. Those monies are not recaptured. We just have to have a workout plan to expend those funds so that HUD knows that we are continuing to work on it. We are continuing to have those programs. So there was a lapse in 2012 in terms of our expenditures on ESG when we came back and provided those contracts to the agencies. As I said, last year we ended up contracting for 2 years worth of funding and to ensure that our agencies have the ability to provide the services. We did not want to provide all the funding all at once. We worked with them and they said, we need you to spread it out a little more so that we can actually get those programs in the ground rather than them individually running into timeliness problems with their contracts. So in terms of that particular program, we are working toward getting back in compliance with our expenditure requirements for timeliness.
Really quick, I'm going to jump in.
Yep.
Councilmember Soria, you got a couple more minutes before we break for lunch. Feel free to continue any question as long as you like, but we are going to break for lunch. I have several council members that still want to speak, so you feel free, but we are going to break at 12 for lunch.
That's fine. Okay. And I asked those questions because, at least in my understanding, at least what I had heard, that we hadn't expended the funds by the deadline. I don't know if it's June at the end of the month. And so I just wanted to make sure that I understood that we were going to meet our timeliness and that we didn't have to return any funds back to the federal government because I'm new to the council, and the story has been that in the past we've had an issue and that we've had to return funds, and so I wanted to make sure that we're not in that same position again as we move forward, if it's this year and over the next 4 years. So there's no issue.
There are no funds that
we're not
will be
returning
returned.
any money.
Correct.
Okay. The other question that I had, and I'll go back, I guess, to the CDBG funds. We got a copy of, I guess there was 24 applications. Let me see if I have the chart. For this next fiscal year that were recommended by the HCDC for the CDBG project list. And I wanted to know if, I guess, which ones are going to be funded. Yeah, we can do that. And I can give you the list. I noticed that there's a handful of nonprofits that ended up applying for some of the funds, but I also see that there's much more, I guess, internal departments that applied for these projects, these CDBG projects. So maybe when we come back, if we can go over that.
So, Council, thank you, Councilmember Sorry. You'll pick up your line of questioning when we come back. We will not be going out to the public for this. This is a workshop for council, just in case anyone was here to speak. Council will come back at 1:30. We'll come directly here and not closed session. We will pick up closed session after we finish the workshop here. All right, 1:30. Thank you. Wait on you, Cap. Yeah, we do. Well, you were the fourth. You were the fourth before Lee walked in. All right, Councilmember Soria, the floor is still yours.
Thank you, Council President Baines. So I'll just call you up again, Jennifer. I know we were discussing the HCDC recommended CDBG project list, but before that, before I move on to that, I kind of want to go back to what we discussed a little bit before going to lunch break regarding the statement that you made about no funds going back. I kind of want to continue on that question because at least in my understanding and what I've heard in terms of HCDC hearings that happen, May 27th and June 2nd, and maybe you can clarify. I know that there were statements made in public record about some of the funds that we have to return, and I think even pointed out in one of our annual action plans. But as my understanding, and I'm very new to this, so maybe you can break it down for me, but CDBG funds previously had been used for some code enforcement positions and were previously determined that we were ineligible to use those funds for that, and also that there were certain payments made to projects that were also challenged and declared ineligible. Is that correct?
So in terms of prior year funding, so in my response, there are no current projects that are ineligible. There are no projects that have timed out in terms of repayment. There are some monitoring findings. We are still working through those from a monitoring visit in 2012. So we are still working through those with our local field office for HUD. And at this time, we have a placeholder in the budget for a potential repayment. It may not occur. We are still working through ensuring that we have the correct backup documentation to ensure that we had followed the guidelines at that time. And of course, they were monitoring prior to 2011 and prior. So there is a placeholder in the current budget. If for some reason we reach an agreement with HUD on exactly whether or not there are any repayments from that particular monitoring visit, we will then have the opportunity to come back to the council and specify, gee, we have other funds that can be reprogrammed and we can do an amendment to our annual action plan at that time.
So do we know in terms of estimates for that? I believe I had heard it was like $1.2 million.
We've programmed into this current year's budget $500,000 for repayment. Again, until we have a complete closure of that particular allocation. Now, there were, prior to my time, there were some home repayments that we have been paying over the past 3 years, and I'm going to have to, it was a total of 1.2 for the home program. This is the last year of our repayment on that particular monitoring finding, and at that point, that will be closed out.
And so, for this time period up to the time we enter into the new fiscal year, we don't anticipate any other repayment.
Correct.
And you guys are pretty confident that whatever monies we are spending or we've spent for this fiscal year will not
Correct.
will be
Yes.
will be considered eligible and
Eligible,
not
yes.
ineligible as
Right.
we've had in the past.
Right.
So the monies that we have budgeted is dealing with past, not the current
Correct.
fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I did want to make a note because
May I clarify one point too? We don't know that they were ineligible in the past. What's at dispute is the fact that we need to document that we were in those eligible areas in that time. So that's where we're still working with HUD as far as providing that documentation to show that it was eligible. The changes also is that they prefer that we not use it for the typical type of code enforcement, and that's what we have changed now to be much more specific in the type of code enforcement we support with CDBG. But it's not. We don't believe it was necessarily ineligible.
okay. Well, okay. As you guys put it in the action plan, it kind of makes it seem, because you put that for potential ineligible uses. So I think that by us putting it in that fashion, we're to some degree saying that it could potentially have been ineligible. So that's what I'm just.
No, I understand, and that's what we are going through with HUD back and forth.
And so just kind of given the history, I would just caution us, because I know that next week we will be going over the consolidated plan, and even in part of your summary, I think page 7, we say, and I'll just quote, through the CDBG funding community revitalization efforts, the City of Fresno funds code enforcement inspections which have had a substantial impact on blighted conditions. Again, if in the past we run into a situation where, there's a potential that these funds were used in an ineligible way, I think that we have to be very cautious so that we don't face that again. Because we have to remember, CDBG funds that are received by the City of Fresno are really to augment services and not make replacements. And so I want to be very clear with that, that when we're talking about our general fund money, that we do, across the board help our entire city. But when it comes to CDBG funds, that we are really, truly augmenting these city services that some of these neighborhoods need much more than other areas that are not identified as potential CDBG funds. So I just want to make sure that my council colleagues know that, and that you guys, that we're cautioned when we're making statements like that in our consolidated plan, so that we are truly augmenting city services rather than just replacing any general obligations that we should be using out of our general fund. So I'll move on to last question. I know I've asked a lot, and I appreciate your guys' patience with me, and as I learn about these different sources of funding. Just wanted to get a little bit more clarification regarding your 2016 HCD recommended CDBG project list, because I do notice that there's a number of nonprofits that applied, and I know that there were some nonprofits that reached out to us because they had mentioned that they had applied, but they weren't. They actually weren't selected to receive any of the funds. Are any nonprofits going to receive any funding? Do you guys project for this next fiscal year? I noticed that the majority of the funds are also, or applications were by some of our departments, which obviously I know that it's important because we're the ones that administer those programs. But again, when I see a lot of it's for admin, and so I believe you guys mentioned that there's a cap in terms of how much funding we can use for admin, which I understand that, that's important in administering those programs, but I want to make sure that we're maximizing the usage of our CDBG funds, and that we're not, saying if we can use up to 20% for administration, that we're not, using up to that cap, because those dollars could actually benefit the services that we should be delivering. So maybe if you could answer those questions in terms of some of the nonprofits and and what we expect to see this next fiscal year.
Sure, absolutely. So I think you had some really good points about augmenting and expanding services in the current annual action plan budget, which is the federal entitlement section of the proposed budget that has come before you. The Fair Housing Council is recommended to receive direct funding for CDBG activities, along with our homeless services will be contracted out through ESG, and our HOPWA funds will be contracted out through ESG. And those supplement other ongoing services that the city does conduct in the areas of code enforcement, in the areas of housing services and reinvestment in our neighborhoods. So it is just a portion of an overall comprehensive budget. And I think that was a really great way to put it, that it supplements what we're already doing to enhance those services. So within the proposed budget that's coming before you, the proposed projects, the Fair Housing Council on CDBG is the one that's being proposed. We don't have specific NOFAs or RFPs out for our new services for next year for homeless and HOPWA services, but those will come out after the action plan has been approved.
So none of the nonprofits that are listed on this sheet that I have, I think you guys sent it to me, the CDBG project list, were any of those nonprofits recommended to be funded?
Outside of the, so in the budget that's being proposed to you in the federal entitlement section, the one service that is being recommended for using an outside source is the Fair Housing Council. And they provide really essential services to our residents who want to ensure that they have access to affordable housing, that they're not treated unfairly when they attempt to use housing services within our community. And that's a critical piece that we have funded over a period of years and will continue to fund or will recommend funding for those projects. Again, our other services maximize the resources that the city has to provide services to our established neighborhoods within the community. And really supplement other ongoing activities that are part of the larger Restore Fresno package.
So they're the only ones then
Correct.
being funded out of, okay. And is there a reason why we are going in that direction? I know that in the past we have funded a series of nonprofits that already provide some of these critical services in our community.
So every year we evaluate proposals that we have. Where can we provide the most services, the most bang for the buck, so to speak, in our existing and established neighborhoods for low-income residents of our community. We have very successful programs. Community revitalization is a good example, which is a shift, as you said, from traditional code enforcement. It's much more holistic approach of evaluating neighborhoods, building capacity, and then providing support. Our anti-graffiti program is probably one of the best crime prevention programs that exist in terms of removing blight and removing the opportunity for crime within neighborhoods. And we continue to expand those services and try to enhance neighborhoods through that programming. So when the commission makes recommendations to the city, we evaluate those. But again, it's based on how much can we provide globally to the community. And while every application is worthy in its own merit, we have to look at the whole picture, not just individual projects that have a narrower focus.
And I'll just make an observation. So I'm looking at this project list, and not to pick at it, but we've ranked them. The Fair Housing Council of Central California is receiving very minimal. It's actually $17,500, at least what it says, average funding. And it's ranked absolutely last, 24. So it's interesting because I have the Marjorie Mason Center who ranked 4, providing to rehabilitate their existing shelter facility, but they weren't selected. So that's just, to me, it's like we're selecting the last person or the last entity that we ranked, very minimal amount, and then we have others that we ranked obviously you guys have some kind of mechanism where you rank them, yet they weren't selected. Just an observation.
And I'd also like to say that we know there has been a lot of information that has been passed out today, that's been distributed. We don't expect you to absorb it all today. That's why the workshop's today, and we'll be discussing the consolidated plan and the action plan next week. And we would be happy to sit down with each one of you one-on-one, go through any additional questions that you might have over the next week.
Councilmember Brandau.
Jennifer, I think lunch kind of wiped me out. So I don't know quite where to start. I had a lot of great thoughts prior to lunch, but I'm gonna try and just recapture a few thoughts, and then I might have to call you in and talk with you separately.
Great.
So of all of the different projects that we looked at today, I'd like to talk about District 2 a little bit, and you have helped me. You and I have met on District 2 in the past a couple of times, and I appreciate that. But I think, sometimes I need other people to hear some of the things that we've talked about behind the scenes. So in District 2, Northwest Fresno, where I serve, how often do we do a project related to home funds or CDBG funding in District 2?
So typically the types of projects that would be funded in District 2 have been our senior paint program, minor rehab programs over the last few years. I'm not sure. I think we had one, maybe two lead paint projects last year when we had that conversation last fall. So typically there are two individuals who qualify as low to moderate income households. So those are the types of projects that we have funded with these four different programs in your district in the last few years.
Okay. And if I could, Council Member Brandau, and I'm going to ask Crystal because she's been around as long as I have, maybe not as long, but before Jennifer came to Fresno, there was a significant investment in Pinedale. Sidewalks, curbs, gutters.
Absolutely.
Crystal, how much did we actually spend? A roof at the community center?
About a little over $1 million over a 3-year period of time, as well as the Boys and Girls Club received some public service funds to operate in the neighborhood. Yes, District 2, and right in the Pinedale area.
On.
Yes.
Yep. Thanks, Crystal. Okay. And so, oddly enough, Bruce, that was before my time, and it wasn't too far before my time because I remember those projects going on really only about a year or so, 2 years up until the point I became the council member. But surprisingly enough, we have a community meeting at Pinedale, and they're always hoping that there's more on the way. And so I don't really, Bruce, you might be the best to chit chat with, or Crystal. Renee, about the beginning of the year, I think it was January, I contacted you about a little area of town called Herndon Town, and we had a good discussion, and there's the opportunity for folks to connect to city sewage, right? But most of them can't afford to. Remember that conversation, Renee? And most of them can't afford to, and to them, that's the real biggest need, and they would like to we need to help them connect somehow. And yet, so we began a conversation. And I think the best that we got to do was we could give them a low-interest loan, or we could extend a loan period of time. What I hear, though, is that we still don't have even so if you drop the loan amount from $48 a month to $24 a month and extend the life of the loan, that's cool. Thank you, Councilman, but I don't have the $24 a month. I'm just relating information that I hear. And so I still feel that because it's in District 2, and not so much Pinedale, but I'm a little worried about Herndon Town and then Highway City that I share a little bit with Councilwoman Soria. And so I would like to see how, going forward, this is the way I feel. It's just an impression. I'm not that knowledgeable on CDB funding yet. I'm into this game for about 2.5 years. I really still don't know the best approach on how to get a project off the ground. And so those folks are sometimes suffering because of my ignorance, but I need help for these couple areas of Northwest Fresno, definitely by next year. And so I try to start a conversation, and then it seems to fizzle out on me, and I think most of that's my fault, but then some folks out here end up suffering. So I'd like you guys to really help me correct that by this time next year, or at least when the projects get chosen and the application process started. Renee, you attempted to help me this year, but we didn't quite get it off the ground, and so.
Those are some really good points, and we're going to add it to the list. And just discussing with the team, it does appear that hooking up to the sewer system could be a health and safety issue that could be eligible for the code distressed property grant. So we can continue that conversation and see if it really is in fact eligible, and how do we make that work.
Cool. Thank you, Jennifer. And then, Jennifer, connected to the funding earlier, it looked like two of the funding streams. So the one funding stream, CDBG, has about 3 different major sources, and then the other one was also regional. Some of those are chosen by geography, right? So we go into the funding process thinking about a geography, and this is where I might be wrong. I'm willing to be corrected for sure. But then if you're not in that so what would it be like if we funded these projects instead of in a certain geography of town, just on a list of need? Then it wouldn't fall on my shoulders to really push these items. They would just fall on a list and be accomplished on a list, rather just because they don't fit in a certain geography that we're trying to target.
So there's really, it's confusing and complicated because we're really talking about 2 geographic maps. So we have the geographic priority map that we established on ourselves for home major projects. So when someone wanted to rehab an apartment complex and wanted to acquire it and rehab it, and they wanted to layer tax credits and home funding and made an application to Carina and was in a certain area on the map, we gave them more points on their application because of where they were, right? They still had to get underwritten. They still had to follow steps. But then there's the low-mod area map, which says what census tracts and what block groups have more than 51% of the residents who live in that area are at or below 80% of median family income. That map is then used and must be used if we do any physical improvements to an area, whether it's a park improvement or a street improvement or an infrastructure improvement of some kind. It must be in one of those areas. It used to be called the CDBG eligibility map. It's really the low mod map, which just shows where the concentration of low mod individuals are. And there are, as you stated, in your district, Pinedale, Herndontown, and Highway City are all on that map. That just means that projects could be developed and identified in those areas that could be eligible. It doesn't mean that we're targeting or that we're directing projects to those areas.
Okay, but they could be eligible. I mean, they
Correct.
fit within the eligibility standards.
And as the city manager pointed out in the past, there's been significant investments in at least one of those areas.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate that, and it's a growing process for me. So please, by next year, take it upon yourself to get me ready to support my residents a little bit better, and because I do hear their concerns. And I start conversations, but this is a very complex. It's one of the, in my opinion, since becoming a city council member, understanding this issue is one of the most complex. And so I need to get a little bit better at it. So thank you to everybody who has been presenting today.
Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jennifer. With Bruce's permission, he said I can meet with you guys next week, so
Great.
Sooner the better. And I'd like to go over this with you a little bit. Some of the points that you brought up here, you said that over the years, I guess you had 1,000 multifamily properties that were fixed or
So 996 units specifically were in the last 4 years were funded with home program dollars, but as Karina stated in her presentation, significantly more than that were leveraged over that period of time. And we'll get you those numbers as well. A very large number of units have either been created or have been able to be maintained in the affordable, safe housing stock because of the home program funds.
Okay, so that was a property owner that had these units that needed them fixed, right?
So it might be, for example, the Fultonia West project where we're constructing new units. It might be the Cedar Courts project. It might be, what are some other, Viking Village, some of the other projects where it was it might have been just rehab, it might have been rehab plus new construction, but yes, it's a property owner and or agency like the Housing Authority who comes and asks for that to leverage those dollars to access other dollars.
Okay. Then you mentioned 160 homes had been rehabbed?
Correct.
Since
2010. And that was between 10, so it gets very, when we talk about numbers, it's very confusing. So federal fiscal year 10 for us was budget year 10-11. So it begins June or July 1 and rolls through June. So since July 1 of 2010 through June of last year, 161 properties had been rehabbed in some way. So it might have been a minor repair, it might have been a senior repaint, it might have been a full rehab. Over those 4 years, 161 houses.
Okay, were those rental homes or were they property, single?
Owner-occupied.
Owner-occupied.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how many years was the multifamily one, the 1,000?
And that's over that same period of time.
Shoot, that's a big discrepancy to me. 1,000 over 160 homes. And the reason I wanted to kind of focus on that is that, I understand the need to invest money in multifamily properties because of the economy that we've had, and it's been difficult for folks to buy homes. But, the thing that I look at is that each council member has either a big pocket or a little pocket of neighborhoods that can use help that are owner-occupied homes. And you're getting folks that are getting on in years. You've got Councilmember Capriolo, Councilmember Brandow, Councilmember Soria, Baines, myself, Olivier, and I'm sure Lee's got some himself. Some of his neighborhoods are getting a little bit older. And council, this is the votes that we can look at and say, well, the recommendations were made, but we can change some of the dollars to go in a different direction. What about the elderly person that has lived in their home for 40 or 50 years? I've got neighborhoods like that. A lot of us do. That person is now in a wheelchair and they need a ramp built because they can't go up the stairs. How many of them need dual pane windows? How many of them could use a fresh coat of paint? We used to have programs like that to help those neighborhoods. How many of them needed sidewalk repair because now they've got wheelchairs? Or how many needed roofs? And over the years, those monies have shifted to help the multifamily more, which I understand. But, if we're looking at restoring our neighborhoods and helping those single families, the ones that are doing their best to keep up their homes and pass it on to the next generation or something like that, well, to me, they need help. And we used to do that. Folks could come in and put in an application and say, well, I need my home rehab. Somebody will go out there, and then we had a contractor go out that the city approved, and they went out there and repaired it. And so, it just seems like, I got 5 or 6 pages here. It's a lot of numbers. And, even Bruce will tell you, back in the day, we were lucky to get a half sheet. But, you know, we looked at prioritizing those numbers to help the folks that have lived in their homes for all these years, and basically they can't afford to go to a rest home. You know, they're stuck there, but I mean, they could use a little help, and it helps the entire neighborhood when we focus more, I think, on doing those neighborhoods.
Councilmember, so in the next annual action plan, the one that will be presented next week, and you'll get the staff report tomorrow, the proposal is for homeowner-occupied rehabs for next year, to use the home monies next year specifically for homeowner-occupied rehabs, and that's citywide.
The point I'm making is that, I mean, it's up to the council to decide, but I'd like to see those figures a little bit more balanced, you know, I mean, there's just a lot of neighborhoods that can use that little turnaround in their areas, and I mean, we drive the streets in our districts on probably a daily basis, and you know, we can see that, and I think to some degree it ticks off an elderly person or a person that's on low income that can't get help from the city to build a ramp or get some dual pane windows. They see these the apartments that are getting rehab, which is fine. That's perfect. I mean, folks. Some folks can't afford a home. I understand that, but I think it's more of a balance issue for me. Mm-hmm. And so those are kind of the things that I want to be looking at when I meet with you. And even though you're going to do it in the next one, it's it's food for thought because I'd like to see that happen. I mean, everybody's asked good questions, but you know, you gotta think of those neighborhoods, those communities that have stuck it out, you know. So.
And if I could, council member, that's exactly what the director has been discussing. There's been a couple of things that have been create challenges for us as far as getting these rehab projects specifically for homes out the door. One is it's the loan to value, and whether it's a grant, a loan, or whatever. So if we're going to go from a loan to a grant, that will help. The changing of insurance requirements, as I've shared with a couple of council members, it's difficult to get general contractors to go in and do a $10,000 job, let's say a ramp and a paint, and if you're carrying $2 million of liability. So we're going to reduce that. So in order to qualify additional contractors so that we can get that work out the door, we're also going to use that to be able to increase our MBE, DBE, WE participation, which is another goal. And in particular, if we can especially drive that increase in contractors by reducing that liability requirement to increase, again, the contractors who meet the disadvantaged business requirements, who are also living in these neighborhoods, which is also part of Title III, which is part of a HUD requirement. And so as the director is committed to, we will be back in the next 30 days or 60 days, or some of these things, if we can do administratively. I've talked to you individually enough to know where you want to get there, as well as the mayor, because everything that you are talking about and what Jennifer is talking about is in alignment with the mayor's commitment to restore Fresno, and in particularly reinvestment in these older neighborhoods. So I'm confident that over the course of the next 6 months, you will see a significant number of home rehab projects getting off the ground, and that momentum will continue over the next year. And when we come back, we'll have a lot better numbers for you to look at, and a lot less numbers when it comes to the balance of these funds.
Well, one of the things that I recall that we would do too is we looked at the pot of money and we said, okay, let's make this amount a grant, where the homeowner doesn't have to pay it back. So we were able to turn those monies around more into grants instead of them having to pay it back. Multifamily, yeah, let them pay back. You know, I mean, that's the balance that it gets kind of frustrating that it just seems like a lot of things have changed, of course, but we just, I believe that's what, it just ties in with everything that we've been talking about, restore Fresno and help our neighborhoods and that type of thing. And I think that if we review this and look at this council a little bit more clearly and maybe have a better feel for what these, how these monies can be used. In other words, okay, you got this pot of money. Well, you can use it for these 4 or 5 different things, not just one. These are recommendations, and it's great. They're doing it basically. The recommendations is what they've heard from us, but at the same time, we may need to review these a little bit more closely, and I think that's the. How much of those dollars can we turn into grants for those for that property owner that does need help with all the costs going up? And I know the difficulty in getting contractors to do that, because it used to be that way as well, and just. But I think that there's some out there that would be willing to do that, and we just need to certify them and get them going. But the other thing that I'd like to get from your office for all the council members is that we start receiving quarterly reports. In terms of the, if possible, just in terms of the progress and.
In fact, that was the HCDC recommended moving this to this body. With the caveat that they would receive quarterly reports.
I knew that. I knew that.
And while I can understand that you may be a little overwhelmed with this spreadsheet, we can summarize this stuff, but we will be providing you quarterly reports as to how we're progressing with the expenditure of these dollars.
Yeah, I mentioned that to President Baines, and he told me that was one of the recommendations already, but I wanted to say it for the record. So that's why I said I knew that. Yeah, those are the kinds of things, Council, because, like I said, all that we have in there, good recommendations. It's just that if we feel that we can work on making some changes to make it a little bit better, and all of our districts are affected, you know that. So anyway, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. I look forward to meeting with you on that as well next week. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Quintero. Okay, the screen is clear. Sure.
Okay, Jennifer, we're going to, this is just today a resolution, right? So
This is just a workshop today.
Okay, when's the final vote for this?
So next week, you will have the consideration of the consolidated plan. You opened a public hearing, you've continued the public hearing, and then you will have a public hearing and action on the action plan. So scheduled for next week on June 11th is the action on the consolidated plan, the overall vision, and then the action plan, which is the items that are listed in the federal entitlement budget in your budget book.
What if council decided to hold this back a little bit more to get, a little bit more specific information? Is it a time-sensitive item?
The federal government has a period of 45 days from us submitting to them approving the plan. So they might approve it overnight, or they might take 45 days. Until they approve it, we cannot spend any of these dollars. So while we can certainly take time, we are not able to expend these dollars in next year's budget until it is approved by HUD.
Okay, let's say we approve it, we get the monies, can we change it?
Yes, and an amendment to the annual action plan. We bring substantial amendments on a regular basis. That is absolutely within your purview.
Don't you lie to me. Okay, just making sure. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Brandow. Oh, okay. All right. So screen's clear. I have a few questions and comments as well. Sal was talking about numbers, and so first of all, I want to just say thank you for this dashboard. I know this is very helpful for me, at least, albeit very disappointing to look at. The numbers that are jumping out to me are 11%, 0%, 0%. I know Jennifer mentioned earlier that like the CDBG funding, we don't have deadlines on that, but some of the HUD guidelines we do. Like for instance, I know looking at this, I'm fairly certain that it says for the HUD ESG 2013 extensions that we spent out of the 418,000, we spent no dollars. Some of these funds are set to expire in October, if I'm looking at this right.
So the program funds for ESG have expectations. They need to be committed within a certain period of time, and there's an expectation that they would be expended, but they don't expire and go away. So as long as we have an active program and we have provided a work plan, we can continue to expend those dollars. And because we had a backlog of projects, or excuse me, a backlog of funding that had not been previously awarded, it was important that we put it out to the agencies in a very sustained manner rather than putting it all out at once. I do not want to set up these agencies to fail, to not be able to expend the money in the time frame that we give them. So we've given them chunks that they can expend. We're about to work with them and talking to them about changing some of the way we put out our dollars in terms of our procedure for award and our procedure for making the funds available. So
when I see deadline to spend, what does that mean?
So that is 2 years from the date that the funds were awarded to the city. So HUD would like to see us expend it within that period of time. We would like to expend it in that period of time. But there were some backlogs of programs. We needed to get those spent before we could put additional resources out to the market. That's I mean, we get that it's complicated, but we don't want to overcomplicate it with the way we communicate this to council either. So when I'm looking at funding source and it says deadline to spend, if there really is no deadline, or you have to put deadline but put an asterisk so that we understand, that would be helpful, because obviously us not being technicians in this field, when I see deadline to spend 10/6/2015, $418,000 and not a single dollar has been spent, I'm like, how are we going to get almost $500,000 out in a couple of months, right? I mean, that's what I start thinking. I'm looking at the various areas we need to spend in. So, okay, that at least gives me some comfort. So if I'm hearing you correctly, when I see deadline, I can disregard that. We can roll these funds over, and as I see in 2012, we had $596,000 under ESG. We spent $67,000, so we have $529,000 left to spend. That whole $529,000 is available to us? Yes. So as long as we continue to have a work plan, we have to have an active discussion with our funding agency, with HUD, to make sure that they understand how we're funding how we're using the dollars, who our agencies are that are providing those services, so that they have comfort and they know that we are moving forward when we have those programs awarded and are moving toward getting them expended. Absolutely, we are working toward getting those expended within that 2-year time frame. But again, my intent is to have consistency of dollars for those agencies, because it won't help them any if I give them $400,000 now and nothing in 6 months, and then $400,000, and I want to make sure that there's consistent dollars out there for those agencies. And one of probably their biggest concerns is our inconsistency in how we have awarded those funds in the past.
No, well, listen, you took the words out of my mouth. I'm not even sure what the ebb and flow is, but I'm looking at 3 years of funding, and we've out of looks like over $1 million, close to $1.5 million, and we've been able to expend $67,000. So I'm not even sure there's any inconsistency. We haven't done much. I just want to make sure, and maybe we need to do this internally, because what upsets me is that we have these monies to spend and we're not getting them out the door. So it's not even a situation where we're creating an uncertainty. We're not creating anything. So internally, I'm I would be comfortable, and maybe we'll talk about this a little bit more. I'll roll it around in my head, but we need to set some internal guidelines so that folks are held accountable for expending these dollars. So I know
I think that's absolutely, and that's one of the reasons that we have put together this tool in collaboration with the mayor and the city manager's office to make sure that we are keeping track of that. In the past year, we have awarded 2 years worth of funds, and again, there was a year when funds weren't being awarded in end of 2011 and all of 2012. We're trying to get back on track to make sure that these agencies have consistency. So totally agreed, and that's why the tool is the way it is. It's really rough in terms of where we are and making sure it's useful and it's easy to read and it's good. It's really mainly an internal tool for us, but we completely agree that our goal is to get within those time frames and to get the dollars out to the people who need it the most. And one of our commitments in our office is to work very closely with those agencies, with the continuum of care. Mr. Trujillo is committed to going to those meetings once a month to make sure that we are visiting with those agencies, that we understand what the need is when they're ready for those funds, so that we're not putting them out when they aren't ready and we are putting them out when they're not ready.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I get that, but we've got to put them out. So, all right. Well, I'm comforted to hear that we'll be addressing this, and I'll be looking very closely to see internally how we're going to monitor and what we're going to hold ourselves accountable for. Although we may not have any federal guidelines on when to spend this, our communities, obviously, it's been said time and time again, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but our communities need us to expend these dollars. Really many of the questions I have, obviously other council members address some of the issues. Councilmember Soria, Councilmember Brandow, and I wanted to mention Councilmember Brandow completely agreed with his, among other things, but I did agree with the fact that we need to get out of geographical targets. Obviously you guys remember that in some of my comments, and so I can tell you that I think we're moving away from that. I think we all want to make sure how we use this resource throughout the city in the multiple CDBG areas that we can, and not necessarily giving higher points to another area. I think we do want to move away from that. A couple of comments. I don't know if I have any more questions, Jennifer, because like I said, most of all my questions have been covered. I submitted, obviously some pretty thorough comments to you all that I know that you've received and read and are digesting. It's my strong recommendation that you pay close attention to those and do what you can to implement and respond. And this is to really my colleagues and to Bruce. You all have listened to me kind of talk about this for a couple of years here and there. It's been a very frustrating cycle to get to this point. And Bruce knows, so I'm not going to say anything he doesn't know. I've been very frustrated about the way we have not spent this resource. Jennifer, you know too. And I think I'm very excited about, I'm going to temper my excitement though. I'm excited about what I see here. I'm excited to know that Bruce is really, down on the ground with this. That gives me a lot of comfort, to be very honest with you. But I'm going to temper that excitement because I'm worried that we didn't have the mechanisms in place to execute this. And I was asking for that for a very long time. 2 years ago, I started asking for a housing manager to execute these programs, and I'm glad we have one. Joe has a very, very steep hill to climb, but I'm going to tell you what I'm worried about right now. I hear in the presentation that we have 2 vacancies still, and I don't know how long we've had those vacancies. I know you said we're going to fill them 6 months.
One is like 1 week.
Okay, and the other
we'll fill them in 30 days. I'm gonna hold my excitement because I've heard that before. So please let me know when it happens. And you said it on the record, so I'm gonna hold you accountable. But the reason we are in this dire situation where we have $1.5 million of a resource that we can't get out into our communities is because we didn't have the staff. We didn't have people in place that were executing these programs. The ringmaster, I call it the orchestra leader, really that was supposed to have been the housing manager who does that. Joe, I'm glad you're here. But you got a lot of work ahead of you.
So that troubled me. And I'm glad you're here, but we still have vacancies to fill. Because, listen, we can't expect while I appreciate Jennifer giving this presentation today, is really, I can't expect her to do this implementation work. So I'm looking forward to moving and getting these funds expended. However, let me tell you where I still have some very serious issues. A moment ago when Councilmember Soria asked if we were giving back any money. Jennifer, you said that we weren't. And maybe in a technical sense, you are correct. But I think it's very fair to say that you knew and we knew what Councilmember Soria was asking. And the explanation that you provided after the break, albeit very good, we get it, we understand, should have been given to her from the dais, from the lectern at the time. So we've got a lot of trust to build, because had we not followed up with that question, we would have gone away thinking that we see something in a document that says we have a $500,000 repayment, but the director of the department said we don't have any repayment. Well, what are we talking about? You all put a document that says we do have a repayment, that says we have ineligible expenses. And when we ask you about it, I said, well, no, we don't. And from a technical standpoint, you're right, but that's not described in the document. So when we see it, again, not being technicians of this, every council member has told you how difficult this program is, and you should know, all you guys should know it's difficult, because it's not easy for you, because we can't even spend the money. Give us the benefit of the doubt and give us enough information so we understand. We want to work with you. We need this money to get out. So we need to make sure that we are always clear in our explanations to us. I didn't feel like that was clear. And that kind of is why I highlighted when I saw the deadlines, for funding source deadlines. I'm like, well, wait a minute. On the one hand, we don't have any deadlines, but on the one hand, we do. I don't know what that means. So I just want to say that going forward, I'm really, it's been a long journey for me on this, but I'm certainly going to be paying very close attention now that we have somebody in place. I'm going to be looking that we get these positions filled so we can execute what we need to do and get these monies out. I'm very, very fortunate to have a technician in my office that is an expert in most of this stuff. By any use of the word expert, he's it. And I told Bruce that we have made Greg available to you all in whatever capacity you need to help you understand what we need to do. So I'm going to really rest my comments there. I have very high expectations, as I shared with you, Bruce. I'm going to be talking to you more directly about this, and apologize for not letting you know the level of my frustration some time ago. I've already shared that with you, but I want to do it publicly. I've been very frustrated about this, and I didn't explain that to Bruce until recently, but now we see why. We have a resource here that we're not expending. We don't have the proper staff in place to execute it, and we don't have the proper, this is great, but this is like years old. This should have been just part of the way that this unit works, where we have these type of tracking systems in place. This is not rocket science. We just weren't tracking it. So anyhow, thank you for the workshop. Thank you, Councilmember Soria, for asking for the workshop for clarity. I think it was very helpful. We'll be looking forward to the consolidated plan next week and the annual action plan as well. Obviously we'll be reading through that thoroughly. We'll be making some recommendations. It sounds like Councilmember Quintero is going to have some. So we'll obviously be working much more closely with you all as we execute this very vital program.
Make sure Greg is the one of the new hires.
Yeah, and you guys can't hire Greg. Thank you. So anyhow, we will move on to our next, the 11 a.m. number 2, which is a resolution approving the City of Fresno Section 3 plan for Housing and Community Development Division projects.
Good afternoon. So as we have just been talking about in terms of one of our challenges has been procurement. And one of the things that is really important for us to do with the federal funds that we have, in particular with rehabilitation programs is to be able to provide contracting opportunities in our low mod income areas. So for individuals who live in areas to have jobs, for companies who are primarily located or their employees are primarily located in low mod census tracts, it's really important for us to be able to provide those contracting opportunities. So the purpose of the Section 3 plan, it's an economic opportunity plan. It's to ensure that employment and other economic opportunities are afforded to lower income persons to the greatest extent feasible, consistent with all of the state, local laws and regulations. Additionally, federally funded programs shall first be offered to lower income persons, particularly those who reside in public and government assisted housing, and to minority business concerns that offer economic opportunities to lower income persons. So as we move forward and as we continue to contract with more agencies and more rehab contractors and small businesses, it's really important that we're reaching out to those companies that can benefit the most and can provide the best economic benefit within their neighborhoods. So at least 10% of our total prime contract awards and 10% of our total subcontract awards for building trades and construction, repair, rehabilitation, or development of any covered activities would be awarded to Section 3 business concerns, which includes those business concerns where at least 51% of the company is owned by a business, by a Section 3 resident of the housing development for the covered project, or whose full-time workforce includes 30% of these persons as employees. Another employment opportunity is for a business concern that employs Section 3 residents for at least 30% of full-time business or full-time permanent staff. A business concern that employs persons participating in HUD youth build programs, and a business concern that subcontracts in excess of 25% of the total amount of any subcontracts to those eligible Section 3 companies. So this is a really important tool for us to be able to resolve some of our contracting hurdles and to be able to start implementing some of the rehabilitation programs that we are proposing in next year's budget and we currently have underway. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Soria.
I just have a question for clarification. So we haven't been doing this before, and has it been a requirement, or?
We do actually have Section 3 compliance within our programs. Primarily, we've been contracting our major programs or contracted with the EOC, which has a youth build program, and with the Housing Authority, which has a Section 3 plan. So we already way exceed the 10%, but because we're going to be doing some contracting directly with subcontractors, we want to make sure that this component is in place in our portfolio. So we're making sure as part of our contracting requirements that we are utilizing those business entities that comply.
So we would give them preference, or those are the only type of contractors?
So 10%, it's upfront. So we have to provide at least 10% of the contracts to entities that meet those four criteria, one of those four criteria.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve the item. All right. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. Councilmember Soria. So now we will move to our unscheduled communication. I have a card here for Marcus. What was it? Is that you, sir? Yes, Savage. I'm sorry. I couldn't tell if that was an S or a J. Yes, come on down. You've been waiting patiently.
Enjoyed spending the day with everybody today.
Yeah, well, we enjoyed having you.
Hey, good afternoon to everybody.
Go right ahead.
Council President, council members, and all representatives of the City of Fresno. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you this morning. As you stated, my name is Marcus Savage with Y Green Energy Fund. Y Green Energy Fund is the nation's largest commercial PACE provider. If you're unfamiliar with the acronym, PACE stands for Property Assessed Clean Energy Financing. We fund any project associated with water conservation, renewable energy, or energy-saving projects. Considering Governor Brown's recent water conservation mandates, Y-Green's funding of gray water systems, low-flow irrigation, and drought-tolerant landscaping has been a valuable asset to many communities. Y-Green is the only multi-state PACE provider operating in Florida, Georgia, and California. In California, we're the #1 multifamily PACE lender and the #2 residential PACE lender behind the HERO program. Similar to the HERO PACE program the City of Fresno adopted last year, Y-Green Energy Fund wants to be another beneficial PACE financing option to the property owners of Fresno. HERO and Y-Green have an excellent business relationship. Both organizations know that the individual success depends on the success of PACE in general throughout California. Our counterparts at HERO have informed us that the Fresno area is one of those most successful regions for PACE financing. And we just want to add to that success and assist more property owners in this region. Y-Green Energy Fund is the only PACE provider operating under Senate Bill 555, an amendment to the Mello-Roos Community Facilities Act of 1982. Compared to Assembly Bill 811, which all other PACE providers operate, we feel SB 555 PACE platform offers some unique advantages that AB 811 platform does not offer. One primary advantage is, unlike all other PACE financers, our liens are not recorded against the property. They're recorded against the Special Use Community Facilities District that is formed through SB 555. This affords Y-Green's customers some significant benefits, especially when it comes to mortgage refinance flexibility. Since our liens are not recorded against the property and since our program is set up precisely like a Mello-Roos special tax, Y-Green financing affords full payment tax deduction, not just the interest. This makes our funding some of the lowest net cost financing available, PACE or otherwise. At the end of the day, every PACE provider has their unique features, and the more PACE financing options for the property owners of Fresno, the more beneficial it is for them. Similar to the resolutions you passed and the JPA signed for the HERO program, the City of Fresno has no cost, no liability, and there's no ongoing staff time required. The benefit to the City of Fresno, similar to their program, is significant economic stimulus in the form of job creation and increased revenues. Approving Y-Green Energy Fund for the City of Fresno is alignment with your climate action plan and your sustainability goals.
You have, your time is up, but I know where you're going with this. I think what we need to do is I need to direct you to our city attorney. Doug, can you help him find the right person? They're going to need a JPA, I think, they're going to need a JPA similar to HERO. So I think you're going to need to work with our city attorney on that. We'd be happy to facilitate that process. And if you leave your card right there, give it to Todd.
Absolutely will. And I'm working with Mr. Jose Gonzalez, Energy Policy
Administrator.
Administrator.
Absolutely. Sustainability. Yep.
Already. So we're looking to bring those resolutions to you as
absolutely.
well. So
well,
I wanted to present.
It's good to have you. If you leave your contact information right there, we'd be happy to. Yep. Give it to Todd. Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hey, thanks for being patient too.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Council. We now we're going to adjourn a closed session. Doug, if you want to make an announcement for that.
Yes, in closed session, we have existing litigation, the Johnson versus City of Fresno case, and labor with the bargaining units being CFPEA, FPOA Basic, and FPOA Management. And I would not expect any announcement afterwards.
All right, thank you. So we will adjourn from closed session.